How are the Tank World Order people dealing with this one? You want to talk about devastating blows to the tank? Tonight we saw a team doing it right. A team with no hope, tanking away. But the Raptors couldn't really do that, could they? They couldn't just do this in the off season when it was obvious that this core was flawed. And now we've got an entire fan base on the edge. You know, we did a poll today for Pensari Basketball Instagram. It seems like there's 100% buy-in to you can't go through tomorrow without making a trade. Sorry guys, I'm just going to fix my lighting real quick. It was always going to be hard to lose this game, right? I'm like you guys. I spent most of today refreshing my phone, seeing if anyone had texted me some intel. Nothing. So if Masai Ujiri is creating a smokescreen here, it's working. Because there is a genuine concern right now that the Raptors are about to outsmart themselves. Tomorrow we're going to do the live show. We're going to live stream the entire trade deadline. I think we're going to go live around 10:30, 11 o'clock. And then we'll go right through till 4 p.m. You're going to see me have a meltdown live if the deadline passes and the Raptors do not make a change. Should that change be what is widely being rumored as a first and Gary Trent for Jakob Poeltl? No, that should not be the trade. I want to be careful about what I say because, and I've talked to some people privately about this. Let's connect the dots here. I never heard anything about Jalen Suggs to Toronto before I brought it up. Now I see that trade literally everywhere. It's on NBA Central. I've never heard that trade before. Who the hell would think that the Orlando Magic would move off the 5th overall pick from a year ago for Fred VanVleet? I never heard that trade before I brought it up. I never heard anything about Dyson Daniels to Toronto before I brought it up to Leo, and then Leo and I made that video, and then suddenly it started to pick up steam, and I started bringing them up, and now every single time we talk about trading OG, Gary, or Pascal, suddenly Dyson Daniels is coming back to Toronto. People are listening, and I have to be careful about what I say. So how do I feel about this loss? I just said loss. That was a Freudian slip. How do I feel about this win? I want to sum up how I feel about this win without telling you how I feel about this win by showing you a clip that I quickly edited. I want to be careful, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. Okay? Here's the clip.
Shot doesn't go. Siakam with a rebound.
Did you miss it? Let me pull myself off and just watch it again. Now, context B, Chris Boucher had the game of a lifetime. Okay? Very rare to see a Raptors bench player get 29 minutes, and what a productive 29 minutes it was. Played his heart out. The Raptors, this was their Super Bowl. Forget the Super Bowl. No, this was their Super Bowl. The slumping, almost league worst San Antonio Spurs, you had to play Pascal Siakam 40 minutes. You had to run your starters into the ground again. You had to play, and you got a great performance from Chris Boucher leading the bench. Now, let me just pull that out. Now, this is a meaningless rebound to give Siakam a double-double. Again, in context, why? I've heard that he chases rebounds because it's for transition, but there's no transition here. This game is over. Watch it again.
Shot doesn't go. Siakam with a rebound.
I see 99 comments right now. I don't know how I can watch this much more of this. That's all I'm going to say. It's nice to see we have NY4 Raps and FA back. We haven't seen you guys in a while. We're gonna get to the call-ins. Link is in the description. First, let's look at this box score and let's try not to cry. All right. So first up, the San Antonio Spurs getting a balanced. Does this even matter? Does this matter to anybody? 38 to 28% from three. You know, they shoot 70% from the line. Raptors finally do not allow 45 to 50% from the field from an opponent. That was nice. It's good stuff. For the Raptors side, Pascal Siakam, huge box score game. Huge impact. 37 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. Looked a lot like November Pascal tonight, right? So if rumors are that Masai Ujiri pulled him in, one of 3 conversations happened. Conversation number 1, Pascal, play your heart out. Tomorrow's your last game. We're shopping you. Conversation number 2, don't worry. Go back to playing your normal self. You are not being moved. Or, number 3, you need to play better, sir. We're going to provide you with tons of help. We're trying to provide you with help, but you got to come out and play better. I don't know. But I got to tell you, listening to his interview yesterday, he looked rattled. Looked really rattled. There's really no reason for reports to come out that Pascal Siakam would like to continue his, career with the Toronto Raptors. That report doesn't exist if he's not being shopped. It just doesn't happen. There's so much to unpack in that interview he gave yesterday, the one before he was called into Masai's office. So much to unpack there. Not a great game from Scottie. Not a good shooting night from Fred or Gary, right? A lot of complaining, abysmal shooting, but, Raptors shoot a little bit better from the field, a little bit better from 3, a little bit better from the free throw line, and they get this. I don't know. All right, let's get to some calls here. NY4 Raps, FA, what's up, guys? Hey, new setup.
Hey, how are you?
Confused. How are you?
Let me
Good,
turn
good,
down my
good.
TV. How's it going?
It's going. I mean, I'm tired. I've been refreshing my phone 5,000 times like a maniac. Are you guys in the same boat?
Yeah,
I've been
I
going
just
on
I
ReGM, refreshing my phone, nothing. And honestly
what
speaking, at this point, I really don't
I
care.
all I saw was the New York trade. I was like, oh God, not with the Raptors.
Mm,
Did you see the New York trade?
what's the trade? Is it the trade for
Jason,
Josh Hart?
yeah,
What'd they give up?
they gave up first round pick 2023 lottery protected. Then if it doesn't it doesn't they don't use it this year, then it becomes 4 second round picks. And then
4 second round picks. Okay.
yeah,
I mean, Josh Hart's
and
good. He's all
and
right.
Cam Reddish.
Mm, that's interesting. I
Then
mean,
Sri Mahelo, the former Toronto Raptors, going to Portland.
Mm-hmm.
wow, poor Svi.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
did you see the
I
Lakers
think
trade?
Portland.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
the Lakers trade.
that's a good
No,
trade for the Lakers.
You think it's a good trade for the Lakers?
Yeah, it's a top 4 protected first round pick, and if it doesn't materialize, then it becomes a second round pick the same year.
Hmm.
so
I
so
don't know.
Rob, let me ask you a quick question.
Hmm.
When you watch Raptors, do you think it's do you really do we watch the Raptors because it's we love it so much because it's no longer fun watching these boys play? Like, hopefully tomorrow something happens because I still believe in Messiah we trust. Otherwise, I don't know.
I'm honestly losing faith in my side. I think he over analysis to paralysis, to be honest with you. I'm watching the
Analysis
Dallas
paralysis
game,
is real.
and I look at the beautiful basketball game Dallas
Yeah,
is playing, moving the ball, shooting well, and
exactly.
like Raptors is talking about trading for Jacapordo that can
Like,
shoot.
come on.
You
The
want Yaka, you
Jacapoto
want
and Scottie together. Come on. Where's the
who?
Yo,
offense
I
gonna come
mean,
from?
let's
Where's
let's
the
co- let's
spacing?
let's complete the spacing trifecta and let's get Ben
Yeah,
Simmons and Nick Claxton here too. Okay,
yeah,
we can run out the all paint lineup. No
and
shooting ever again.
and
It's just Malachi Flynn.
this will be like Kevin O'Neill and Mid Palacio way back
Palacio, Palacio.
when we're beating teams 85-75.
O'Neal, Kevin O'Neill and Nick Palacio. Oh
Yeah.
God. Yeah. So are we going backwards or I don't understand? Because like you,
So
I think I'm reading Jake Fisher's stuff today that teams are saying that Masai's price is way too high. Like I think we're overrating our players. Like come on, OG for
yeah.
three first round picks.
I
Let's
mean,
be honest.
they could get it. That's the crazy part, right? I mean, here's the thing. I think what's happened right now is we're getting screwed over by the Nets once again, right?
Hmm.
Once again. And I would love to do a video breakdown of how many times the Nets have screwed over the Raptors in some variation or another, going right back to New Jersey, straight to Brooklyn. It's two times we made the playoffs. If you recall, the first time the Chris Bosh led team made the playoffs, who'd they fall into? New Jersey Nets. The first time the We the North Raptors came into the playoffs, who did they fall to? The Brooklyn effing Nets, right?
Hmm.
The worst trade in our franchise's history that set us back 5 years, who was it to? The Nets. Vince Carter, Aaron Williams, Eric
Yeah.
Williams. And now, and I mean, like, it's full. Trust me. You look at the history of the Nets and the Raptors, and it's like 25 years of just getting owned by this team
Hmm.
over and over and over. And
But
here they are.
why are you saying that? Are you thinking that Masai is trying to wait for the summer to see if he can get Kevin Durant?
Number one, that. Number two, I do believe that a lot of teams that would right now be, dumping up for future picks for OG, like the Phoenix Suns, right? A lot of the places that need OG or Pascal are the same places that really want Kevin Durant.
Hmm.
And so those
Yeah.
teams may be a little bit reluctant to move off of multiple firsts, right? In order to get OG or Pascal, neither of whom hold a candle to Kevin Durant, provided that Kevin Durant may or may not make himself available or demand a trade tomorrow. So what I'm hearing is the Brooklyn Nets are maybe softening on that idea of, hey, like, do we want to drag this out? Because if he's not in, like, if he's not buying into this, we don't really have a championship window, right?
Hmm.
So what's the point? What is the point of dragging this out? You know, go get what you can right now. Look, there's this old philosophy or theory that deals are better in the off season. I disagree. Sometimes deals can be better mid season,
Hmm.
especially when you have especially if you're dangling OG, because OG is the guy who can pretty seamlessly move into a team. I agree that Pascal maybe off season is a better time to move him. What is not unclear to me is that this team, by all reports, is looking to build around Scottie. And if you're looking to build around Scottie, I don't think the pieces around him make a lot of sense.
It
I just
doesn't make
don't.
sense at all. Yeah, exactly. Because if you have Pascal and VanVleet in the team, Scott is not going to reach his greatest potential.
And
And we are,
Even if you have Pascal and Scottie alone, so he's not gonna get there because they both share the same space in the paint, right? Fine,
yeah,
Pascal is a better shooter now, but Scottie can be roaming around in the 3 point line. That's not his
that
game.
exactly. That's all he did today. He didn't even have the chance to go in the middle of the paint. So he was just roaming around the 3 point line. And is that once he does that, that takes him out of his game. Like though
And
his defense, he played good defense today, but
I'm
offensively,
passing.
yeah,
Hmm.
And the clip you just showed, right? I think
oh
based on the
yeah,
fact that Durant is no longer going to Eastern All-Star, and Kyrie's out of the Eastern Conference, so they have two spots, right? I think Pascal is trying to get the
That's not going to
last.
change anything for the Kyrie's still an all-star.
No,
Durant,
no, but
that might. Hmm?
Kyrie will replace Steph Curry, right? From the West Coast.
It's not East-West though. It is Giannis LeBron. I don't think
Oh,
that
true.
changes anything.
It's
So, but
Giannis LeBron, but they selected a specific number of players from each East Coast.
I
but
I think the selections have already been made though. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I don't think that just because Kyrie was traded that he represents a different conference now.
but then the Durant position is still open then.
It may
Durant
be
And
and
open. It may be
yeah.
open, and depending on so the way All-Star voting works for the reserves is it's three front court players, two back court players, two wild cards. So what they can do is they always retain the liberty to promote one of their wild cards and choose that person to replace. Because I mean, obviously, the starting lineup, if Durant doesn't play, is going to be Joel Embiid. Embiid is going to be the
Hmm.
starter.
Hmm.
But whoever replaces Embiid could be a wild card, and then you know what I mean. Like it could be a backcourt player, it could be a frontcourt player. My point is, I don't think that Siakam makes it. Even with that, he's had a disastrous January, and I think Jimmy Butler and James Harden deserve it more. If you want my honest opinion,
what about
they've had
this
better
guy?
seasons.
What about Brunson from New York? I think he deserves your stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Dominic.
I think Larry is likely gonna be traded.
I mean, this could be the busiest trade deadline ever. I mean, there are so
I'm
many
just
players.
reading
There
Jimmy
are so many
Butler
teams.
after the game saying that he doesn't want Larry to be traded, but whatever happens, happens. And Larry, they arrested him today for, they said, quote unquote, personal reasons.
Oh wow. So probably it's already in the talks and
Let,
already in the
let's
boat.
let's get him back for VanVleet.
Yeah, that would be great. Get Jovic
Uh,
and get a first round pick. I really okay, like I don't see how they can hold on and not do anything. I understand that they won't blow it up. I get that. But I don't understand how they can not do anything. I mean, even if it's a marginal move. Now I understand there's logic to okay, don't make a stupid move for the sake of making a stupid move, but you're telling me you can't move Kem Birch and Malachi Flynn,
exactly.
you
You can,
know, grab something. I mean, this roster as it's constructed does not fit. And you know what? I have been very kid gloves about blaming management for any of this, but I think that if I can go back and really think about how obvious it was to me that this core does not work, going back to last year, Gary's defense was always a problem, although his offense was not projectable to me that he would get so much better in the paint. Fred VanVleet's decline was going to be obvious, and Pascal Siakam's inefficiency as a first overall option, the upper limit to a team that is operating that way is obvious. The potential complication of bringing in this many guys, especially when you know that they all want an expanded role at the same time and not expecting it to blow up in your face.
hmm
I think these are all projectable outcomes, and it feels like it's really hard for me. Like right now, we're hearing, oh, New Orleans is trying to keep Dyson Daniels out of a trade for OG Anunoby, and it's like, my God, man, this offseason you had the seventh pick plus stuff for
hmm
OG. You could have
You
had
know,
Dyson.
yeah. But
I think I'm gonna make a prediction. I think OG might likely end up in Portland because the extra pick that they got from that trade, they might. I think it's likely gonna be maybe Shannon Sharp, somebody else for OG and three first round picks.
You're right. And look, I do there's a part of me that just wants to come on this show and just be like, what the hell is Masai doing? Bobby Webster's crazy. I want to do that because you know what? Like I'm a fan like you guys, but I also understand that it's not over until it's over, right? And that Masai Ujiri is a really good negotiator. And to
hmm
negotiate from a position of strength requires patience. You do require
Y- y-
patience. You
Yeah,
can't
but
jump.
sometimes you can too be patient, right? Because the Kyrie trade really turned everything around. I'm lucky. I'm glad that
that went through fast.
When Kyrie asked for the trade, right? It literally
it turned things
shook
around
the
because
it
then
shook the
took the
market
market.
really.
Yeah, because then
Yeah.
the Raptors were no longer number one in the talk of trade compared to before. But now we're back in number one again. So if you watch CNN or I mean ESPN all day, they were just talking
We're
about
not really
Toronto.
back number one because everybody's trying to see what's going to happen with KD, right? Like you
Hmm.
said. So, and the KD might not be traded before tomorrow.
I don't think
But,
Katie will be traded tomorrow.
but
I don't either, but if he is traded, I think the Raptors have the most competitive offer. I think
I
the
don't
yeah,
think.
but
Raptors have a very
Do you,
competitive
exactly.
offer.
Is
but do you
Masai
think
trying to
KD?
wait to the off? Is he trying to wait to the off season
But then
to get?
do you think KD will want to come to Toronto, knowing
He
that if
wants.
he goes,
He wants. He wants to. He wants to. He likes Toronto.
I think he would. I think he would love it here. Yeah. Plus,
Imagine KD.
he's
Imagine KD and
look
Scottie
the
Barnes, right? Because
if
KD doesn't crowd the paint.
if we can get Kevin Durant without getting rid of OG Anunoby, my channel art prophecy will be
yes,
complete, because the original trailer for Pensari Basketball has a cover photo of Scottie, OG, and KD. That was always my vision.
cool, cool.
So
I hope that.
if
Amen,
that
amen,
happens,
amen.
But if they want to trade for KD, then you're better off trading Pascal and Gary Trent.
oh,
Then
for sure.
they'll likely want to keep VanVleet for shooting.
Yeah. Someone's saying KD said several times the Raptors were his favorite team growing up. It's just because he was a really big Vince Carter fan.
Yeah, but the big
Um,
father fan, yeah.
yeah. And look, he would have no reason, like, after so many years of such a dog shit organization like the Brooklyn Nets. Look, I just want to say that I really do believe in this front office. I believe in this brain trust. I feel
Okay.
if I had to rank my anxiety level on a scale of 0 to 100, it's probably at 60, but it would be at like 135 if
Well,
our general manager was, if we had Dallas's team running the show, or Brooklyn's team running the show, or New York's team running the show, or shit, any team like running the show, other like almost any management team, Minnesota, like whatever, running the show other than Masai and Bobby, I would feel much more panicked. The reason I feel panic, obviously, is because, or anxiety, is because there's so many different ways this can go. It isn't just
yeah,
one guy. It's 5 or 6 guys who could be changing
exactly.
jerseys tomorrow, and it could be 0. But I do
If
believe that based on
Bro,
history, these
if it's
things
zero,
do.
I'm done for a long time. If it's zero,
yeah, if it's 0, I'm just gonna I'm just, leave him now. If you look at the fan base now, the fan base, everybody's so hyped. VanVleet is playing very well, not too well, anyways, but very well compared to how he started the season. But the fans still want him out. Like, if you're not a VanVleet fan,
yeah,
you want him out.
Yeah.
because even if he's playing well, right, they're not the team as a whole is not playing well. Look at
Exactly.
look at the
Pascal,
game
like,
against
like
San Antonio, right? Do you have to play Pascal 8 minutes against San
exactly.
Antonio? Are
That's
you
that's what
kidding
I
me?
wanted to say at the closing.
Yeah,
Like
like
this
no,
team,
no, no.
this
If you
like
look at
this
the
win
bench,
was
right, you only have 2 players from the bench scoring.
yeah. This team will go into the play-in if they don't do a trade. We'll go into the play-in, and with these minutes already played by these players, they won't be able to even sustain the play-in. So now we're back to square one, back to getting like the 12th or 13th pick, and we're back to nothing again.
Hmm. Well, if tomorrow passes and there are no trades, well then, what do we do? I think we just hope for the best. I don't know, because you're not going to be bad enough. I believe Indiana lost tonight, so that
Hmm.
tiebreaker is done.
Hmm.
You firmly moved to 7th, if I'm not mistaken, in
Is
in
it
the
seven
tank
or nine?
odds. Huh?
We're 10th now. We're
10th.
10th we're 10 now, and we're the
I
ninth
mean
worst team.
I mean the tankathon
We're
odds.
ninth worst team now. Ninth.
Yeah,
You're kidding me, really?
I'm
that's
serious. I'm
crazy. Like
serious. Yeah,
that's
from
We were
six,
crazy.
we were just
We're just
6th.
number 6. Yeah, we're six
almost
for a
we're
long
six,
time. For a
almost
long time.
fifth. Then now
Yeah,
we're
for a
ninth.
long time too. Yeah. So then
And
why
if
we
you
go? What?
look at this draft, right, it's like really top 7, top 8 deep.
Yeah. I mean, what are we playing? We're playing Utah on Friday. Utah is with no
Utah
players.
already
So then
Utah
we're
already
gonna win
traded almost
Utah.
everybody.
Then so,
$25
yeah.
for Walker Kessler coming up. All right, guys. Thanks for calling in. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. If you
Yeah,
said you guys were under the weather, so
yeah,
I'm really happy you're feeling better.
oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll stay
All
back
right.
and let other
On
callers come
Friday.
and listen.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna do the
Okay.
live show tomorrow. Let's hope that you don't see me like start crying, Stefan Marbury style. Not making fun of mental health, but like I will probably start crying if 3 o'clock comes and there's nothing.
if you need
Hey,
any
by the way,
mental,
it's 11:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know you believe in making wishes at 11:11, but hope for something good.
I hope for a good trade tomorrow.
Okay, all right, take care,
Riding
guys.
Okay.
to Orlando.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see ya, guys.
Pascal somewhere. Okay. Bye.
See ya. Okay, next up uh we got KW Raptors fan, and then we got Chaz. KW Raptors fan, what up?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. You're a little bit boomy.
Okay. Sorry, let me just see if I can switch to my headphones. My headphones just died. Is it really bad audio
No,
or
it's fine. It's fine.
okay, first off, I just want to say, I mean, as a fan of the Raptors, we can't lose games like this to the Spurs, to the Rockets, to the Magic. So, I mean, I wanted to see them lose, but it's really hard to imagine them losing to that Spurs team tonight.
Agreed.
Um, it is what it is. I just wanted to know, who would you like to see us doing business with tomorrow? What teams? I'm looking forward to the Jazz, Pelicans, Magic. I want to steal Nikhil Alexander Walker if we can.
Mm.
And then of the trades you did the other day, I really like Jonathan Isaac, Jalen Suggs.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, yeah, I noticed you mentioned that. I saw a few different online today. I saw you post that trade first, and then I saw a bunch of Jalen Suggs
It's
to
been happening
Toronto.
a lot. I mean, I sometimes underestimate because the views are not crazy. It's not like we're getting millions of views here that there's any real impact of what the hell we're saying. But there is a sort
Hey,
of
you never know who's watching. I mean, I saw that Blake Murphy one. You never know who's in.
well, that's exactly it, right? These live streams are very unpredictable in that sense, and it's happened about. I'm not being conspiratorial when I say this. I
Mhm.
literally have never heard anything about Dyson Daniels to Toronto, and now every Raptor fan I've talked to in the last 3 weeks is talking about Dyson Daniels, and I'm just somewhere out there. I'm just laughing with Leo. Like, did we create this? We created this little monster here, didn't we? Um, there seems to the echo chamber of Raptor fandom. You know, it goes on. It goes on. It's crazy how the shit spreads. Right. This
Mhm.
Jakob Poeltl stuff started like 2 years ago.
I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it either. Do you want to see Nick Claxton?
Um, if there's like that splashy trade, I'd like to see him just thrown in, but I don't. That's not really because I saw Siakam for Simmons kind of thing with Claxton, but that's
Yeah.
that's like the last thing on my mind. If it happens, it happens, but I don't want to see it. You were right about the Nets. I remember that Vince Carter trade. It was when I first started watching basketball as a kid. We traded away Vince Carter. We were bad for so many years,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this trade deadline is complicated because the
Mhm.
consequences of doing nothing are so huge. The Raptors have lost Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green, Serge Ibaka, Marc Gasol for
Mhm.
nada. Literally nothing. Now, understandably, so they were all unrestricted free agents. They walked, right?
Yeah,
It's exactly the same situation you're in with Fred and Gary.
yeah,
Now, basically, Fred VanVleet is part of your championship core. Gary is, of course, the remnants of Norman Powell,
yeah.
right?
I don't value that championship core stuff. I know some guys talk about it, but it's 2, 3 players left.
Oh
Oh,
no, I'm just saying, like, what became of that,
oh, okay.
right?
Sorry.
Is effectively nada. Like, it's Precious
Yeah.
Achua and Gary Trent Jr. And yeah, you have Pascal Siakam here. I think the consequences of doing nothing and then hoping for a sign and trade in the offseason, it will be fool's gold. Number one, there's really no reason for another team to require that. There will be plenty of teams under the cap. There isn't a
Mhm.
huge market for Fred VanVleet. The one place that is the biggest market for him, which is Orlando,
Yeah.
Florida, no state tax, number one. Good luck competing with that offer, right? Number two, there's already murmurs that he's not thrilled being here, right? I think that's part of
Fred, sorry.
yes,
Okay.
just with his role in the offense. I mean, he went on an entire press tour basically to say that he's struggling this season because of X, Y, Z, right? And
Hmm.
everything. If you read between the tea leaves, it's basically I can't thrive in an offense which isn't built around me. Now, good luck trying to build an offense around you with Paolo Banchero there and Franz
Yeah.
Wagner, but I think there's some understated frustration there. I've mentioned in the past that I've had back and forths with his family. The tone of those conversations, and there's another member here in the chat who could probably back this up. The tone of every conversation with Fred VanVleet's family has always been, just wait till he's not here.
Hmm.
I've always heard this. This is going back 2 years. Okay, like I remember the last time I had a conversation with his cousin. He was just like, "Oh, we can be anywhere. We don't need to be here." So there's always a sort of one step out the door. He's gonna go where the money's gonna go. So he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be with the Orlando Magic. I really do. I don't see
Okay.
how that doesn't happen. And at that point, they don't really have any obligation
Sorry,
to do any.
tomorrow or just in the off season? He's going
I
there
think
anyways.
one way or another, he's going to be
Okay.
there. So
Yep.
there's really no reason to hold on to him right now, other than the optics of having to trade him for, a future first or something or whatever. But I think if it's just really hard for me to understand a way that they can stand pat tomorrow. I mean,
They
unless you're going
they
to convince me that you
can.
got nothing for Fred VanVleet, right? But that's not
Hmm.
possible, right? We've heard some of the trades being offered, and he's still a hell of a player. So, between him and Pascal, look, the consequences of standing pat, this patience thing, right? I remember, like I said in the last live that DeMar DeRozan was probably up there as the Raptor that I respected the most all time, right? Just because of the
Okay.
culture they brought. It
Yeah.
was obvious to me in 2015 that an offense built around DeMar DeRozan was not going to work in the playoffs.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that's, I couldn't have been wrong about that, but 3 years later, it was kind of painful to consistently watch how many times you probably could have dealt him for. And it's like you listen to these stories about Masai Ujiri and it leaks out, oh, they really wanted Nick Claxton at the deadline last year. They really wanted him, but the deal fell apart. And now you see Nick Claxton emerging as a DPOY. Oh, they really wanted Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, in the draft, but it fell apart. And now Shea
Yeah.
Gilgeous-Alexander is better than every single player
Well,
on your team. Oh,
the
they really
draft
wanted
thing, I
Giannis.
mean,
Right. They really wanted Giannis. And I mean, like, you don't hear this about every other team. There is no other team with a bigger track record of what ifs than
Yeah.
this front office.
I
And they're
mean,
almost always right. I mean, it's funny
yeah.
because they probably don't leak the stuff that they were wrong about. But in fairness, from the stuff that we've heard, Shea, Giannis, Nick Claxton, the players that they have really honed in on, Dyson Daniels, they've all
Even
been
way
really
back,
good.
Steve
Ben
Nash.
Mathurin, AJ Griffin. There's so many guys that
Mhm.
they have zeroed in on. They should trust their scouting department. And to watch them predictably overvalue their own assets over and over, to watch
Yeah.
them give coaches who are not working out, like Dwayne Casey. I mean, it was pretty obvious 2 years into his tenure that this is not a coach who is going to be able to take you past development. And in the playoffs, you saw year after year after year
Yeah.
of DeMar and CJ Miles guarding LeBron James, and you're just like, oh my God,
I
we
mean, it
have to have a
wasn't.
better
It
option
didn't.
than this, right?
It didn't help that we had to go against LeBron every year, to be honest. But yeah,
I
I get
mean,
where you're
and
coming from. We weren't good enough,
there were
and it was
teams that
extra
played.
punishing.
There were teams that beat themselves against LeBron. There were teams that actually did a good job.
We
I
did
don't.
a terrible job. There was the let's
Got
let him
swept, man.
score 50 and guard their nobodies. There
Yeah,
was
I mean,
let's put five
I
guys
don't.
on him.
I mean, congratulations to LeBron James for becoming the all-time leader.
Yeah.
But let's not pretend like he had some sort of blemishless playoff record. We have
Mhm.
seen plenty of teams take him out of situations in the past, right? Granted,
Yeah,
like,
the
typically he would make it
Spurs
to
were my favorite. That's why
Spurs,
Kawhi was my
Mavs.
favorite
Exactly.
growing up.
Yeah. Anyway, you asked me a question at the beginning of this chat, which was which team would I like to see us doing business with tomorrow?
Yes,
I would love to see us doing business with the New Orleans Pelicans. Um,
absolutely.
any co-
That Dyson
any
trade.
combination of Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, and Herb Jones to me works. Um, Najee Marshall is pretty cool too.
That
Uh,
being said, would they throw Herb Jones in, or are they going to overvalue him
I
specifically
really
of
don't.
those three?
I really don't know, but here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that the
Okay.
Raptors want draft picks in
Mm-hmm.
2023, 2024, 2025 max,
Yep.
which means that it's not about those 2029, 2031,
Yeah.
2027 draft picks.
Which is what the Nets have to offer,
Exactly.
2029s.
And number two, they want young players back who fit Scotty's timeline and Scotty's play style.
And then
So
you're
if
right there.
that's what they want, if that
Mm-hmm.
is what they want, then there are certain trade partners that were never going to make a lot of sense, namely the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
And there are certain trade partners like the Portland Trailblazers now. They don't have their 2023 pick
Okay.
because of the trade, I believe. But
The
uh,
Josh Hart one earlier.
they I believe they got back some trade capital for that, right? So
Okay.
they should be able to. There are a few teams that have some serious 2023, 2024, 2025 trade assets that they could give, including young players. And I think whatever the deal is, I mean, you could look at Jalen Suggs and say, well, this guy has been absolutely horseshit in the NBA. And I think you would be right. He's been
Yeah.
terrible. The idea of him being the fifth overall pick a year and a half ago is, people use that as a plus. It's not a plus. It's a negative that he's attainable for so little right
Yeah.
now. He shouldn't
People
be
pretend it's
attainable.
unheard of for lottery busts. I mean, Stanley Johnson.
Yeah, no, I
A lot
agree.
of
And I
guys. A
mean,
lot of
like
guys.
he very well could be you know, just a role player. But
Mm-hmm.
there's still some projectable upside of rehabbing his value, retaining something, and creating an asset out of something that might just walk for nothing. I don't
Yep.
see why the Orlando Magic have to do this with us. They have all the cap space in the world to sign Fred outright. They're obviously not going to be playoff competitive right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, in a weird way, we've really created something out of thin air here with this wishful thinking for Jalen Suggs. They really don't have a reason to have to move off from him. And if they really wanted to move off from him for something, I'm pretty sure they could still get it protected first, even with his value in the tank right now. So, why do they have to do this? I don't know. That being said, I do hope that Fred VanVleet does land somewhere else tomorrow, and that is my hope.
Yeah.
Even though he has been playing a lot better, um, and I'm hoping for a direction. So,
Agreed.
and I guess I'll flip it back to you as our parting note. Who do you want to see us doing business with tomorrow?
Definitely the Pelicans if we're making a big trade like that, because you name three guys that are young on Scotty's timeline and, from what I understand, value contracts.
Herb Jones and OG Anunoby are a year apart, right? Just saying.
Herb's 24, right? OG's
Mhm.
25.
He's 24, 25. Yeah. So,
I mean, it's not that old. You're not like getting a 27-year-old or
the dividing line 26. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, I don't care if the player you get back is 27, 26, 28. I don't care. I want them to be on a reasonable deal going forward,
yeah.
and I want them to fit a play style that does not make me want to pull my eyes out, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that that's sort of where I hope that we go. And the veterans on this team like Thad, Boucher, even Otto, as much as I love them, right? Kem Birch. These guys, I think it's time to just replace them with prospects that make sense. I mean, I'm not one of those people that believes that you should field an entire team full of 22-year-olds. I'm not trying to become the Houston Rockets here. I understand why the Raptors might want to keep a couple of adults in the room.
Yeah.
That being said, though, these guys are really decent players. And there are several contenders out there that could really use them and would definitely fork over a first round pick, even if it's a protected first. I know the Raptors may not be pining for future draft capital, but if they are serious about making a trade, if they're going to hold on to Pascal, they're going to hold on to Gary, whatever, and if they're serious about making a competitive offer for the next star who becomes available, those late future firsts, it's never really been the way Masai's operated. He's never had a stockpile of future picks and, whatever. Maybe they just don't value them. But there are plenty of teams that have operated that way, right?
Hmm.
I mean, if you watch the New York Knicks during Isaiah Thomas's era, the exact opposite. Gave away every pick, regretted it, right?
Okay.
Wanted to give up picks for literally any player that became available. Oh, Eddie Curry, let's give up picks for him. Let's give up picks for everybody, whatever. Like, I can't remember who they traded all those picks for, but there was just a period of time where the Knicks just did not have picks because they kept giving them away. The Nets, of course, twice have made this
The-
blunder.
I was
The
gonna
first,
say the Celtics just slowly got better while the Nets just slowly got worse.
I
And they
believe Jalen Brown was supposed to be like one of their picks, right? If
yeah,
that was one of the picks they used. Yeah, I mean,
Marcus Smart.
you're just creating dynasties, right? And I mean, like the Lakers have done something very similar for the New Orleans Pelicans, right?
Hmm.
The Clippers have done something very similar now, or will do something very similar in the future, I'm sure, for the OKC Thunder. There's so many instances of this all-in type move just completely backfiring. It would be nice to be on the other side of it for once, to have the draft capital in 2025, 2027 of a team that is just, I mean, people like really are just going crazy about this Kyrie trade to Dallas, right?
I don't think it's that good. I don't really
Who's
see
defending
any.
on that team? Who's
Yeah,
defending on that team? I mean, they're acting like there's some sort of like massive upgrade for the guy you let walk, Jalen Brunson, per
that
the
was a
analytic.
really bad move by management. Couldn't they have re-signed him for pretty much half the value, like in a January 2021,
I'll tell you right now,
something like
analytically,
that?
Jalen Brunson is making more of an impact on winning than Kyrie Irving this year. I know that Kyrie Irving's a better player. I understand that. But Jalen Brunson has impacted winning just as much, if not more, than Kyrie Irving this year for the Knicks. And he's done so with Julius Randle, not Kevin Durant,
Yeah,
around him as his running mate. And I think it's somewhat hilarious that the Mavericks have traded for Kyrie Irving and Christian Wood to pair with Luka Doncic. Two guys who do not play defense to pair with a guy who does not play defense. I don't care if you flank those. I don't care if you flank those guys with prime Michael Jordan and prime Bill Russell. That team is not going to be a good defensive team with those three players on the
they
court. It's
they're
just too
reminding
many
me
holes.
of they're reminding me of the Rockets, like Harden era. Just pair him with any offensive talent, and the rest will solve itself. This
Yeah,
is
no,
what this feels like.
I mean, I understand the potential upside of pairing dynamic offensive players. I think that at some point you need to play defense. Anyway, KW Raptors fan, thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think this is the longest conversation we've had, so thanks for that.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, we're just all working through this. So someone messaged me on Instagram saying, "Rob, is there a live today? We need therapy." All right. Well, this is therapy. We can all have our collective panic attacks together.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, eh?
All right. Cheers, man.
Take
Next up, we got Chaz. Chaz, how are you?
Pretty good.
Is that a tennis? This is baseball. Is that your polite way of saying that you are officially tuning out of the
So tell me
Raptors?
something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with them. I'm wondering what the huge mistake they're about to make is going to be.
Standing pat. Standing pat would be a huge mistake.
You know that Masai and Bobby have always said they don't like to do deals at the deadline, right?
Yep, I do.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think standing pat could be a mistake, but I have a question for you. The question
Mm-hmm.
is, guys with a player option. I don't know the contract thing that well. So
Mm-hmm.
guys with player options, like Gary and Fred,
Mm-hmm.
can we extend them, or can we not? Do we have to wait, or what's the rule on that?
Yeah, could have extended them.
Can
I
we like
believe I
after
don't
the
believe
trade then?
I don't I believe so. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, guys, but I believe that Gary was not extendable, but that Fred was because of the number of years that have passed. The CBA is obviously very complicated and there's like 1,000 rules, but I believe one of the things is that 3 years must have passed before an extension is eligible. You cannot have 3 years pass on Gary's contract because his contract was only 3 years. So, as yeah, so basically, Gary signed his contract the year after Tampa, which means it ran through last year, this year. So we're in year 2 of his contract. Year 3 is a team option. Sorry, a player option, which he will no doubt decline. So you cannot extend him. You just have to, like, you'll have to wait for him to decline his option, and then you can re-sign him using the bird rights that you have on him.
Okay.
With Fred, yes, he is extension eligible if I'm correct.
Okay. So, what did you think of the game tonight? What did you read into the game, the way the guys played? Anything?
It's difficult. I mean, you could consider this a relief game from Siakam. Him just taking a vote of confidence that he's not being traded and just saying, "All right, time to go balls out for this season." Or you could take this as, "Hey, this is your last game. Make it count. This is your swan song." I don't know. What I do know is that this game sticks out like an outlier among outliers among the performances that he's had over the last 40 days, because he hasn't had a game like this in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I saw a lot of energy from Fred too that I haven't seen pretty much all year. I saw a different kind of energy from him, a more engaged energy, more bouncy, more energetic, as opposed to determined. I don't know what it was. It's just he looked different tonight. Fred did. I think Gary was pretty level. I thought Pascal played a good game on offense. I didn't really see the whole thing, but I just think I think that Masai and Bobby are very, very, and the whole team are excellent, and they know what they want to do. They're not abandoning their 6-9 plan. Not going to do that. So I don't think Fred fits in. I've said that from the beginning of the year or halfway through the year, and I think that's the same now. I'm not sure about Gary. So Gary and Fred are the first two that, because they're got player options and have expressed we can't pay Fred, and because Gary wants a bigger bag.
Mm-hmm.
OG still has another year, but
Yes.
everybody wants OG. So
I think like this whole OG thing is it's a little bit like me talking about Dyson Daniels, right? It's like someone says, "Oh, he's worth 3 firsts," and now everyone's like, "Okay, well the asking price is now 3 firsts," but you don't know, and I don't know which 3 firsts were offered, what quality of those firsts were. I mean, there's a version of reality in which that Lakers New Orleans swap, which is just 1 first, is worth more than 4 firsts, right?
yeah, yeah.
Because of the
And
implications of what it could mean for this year's tank. I just think that at some point we do have to realize that the asset valuation on OG is going to go down, not up. If you don't have a long-term vision with him, or he doesn't want to be here long-term, I think that's the sort of underrated part about all of this, is like we just assume that all of these guys just are, it's all kumbaya and they all want to be here. But there's been rumors all year that OG wants a bigger role in the offense, that he's not happy with, the way the Raptors play basketball, that he thinks he can do better. There's a lot of money on the line for him. There's rumors out there
but
that, I mean, there is, right? I mean, if
yeah, yeah.
he goes to a better team. I mean, like if you look at the contract extension that Jeremy Grant was offered from the Portland Trailblazers, 112 million across 4 years. That averages out to about 28 million. That's about 11 million more than OG Anunoby makes. And you want my honest opinion? I think if they both hit the open market right now, I think OG Anunoby makes more money than Jeremy Grant, even with the
Okay,
season that Jeremy Grant's having.
that's fine. But Rob, wait a second. It's like dominoes. Once somebody goes,
Mm-hmm.
how many? Fred goes. How many shots is he taking per game? And you move up the ladder, right? So OG's going to have a bigger role. So OG's looking at it like, okay, well, if Fred goes, I got a bigger role. I go from third to second, or fourth to third. Because number one, number two is out of the game. That's just a second.
I mean,
You know,
in theory, yes. In theory, yeah. Like you would get him more touches, right? But
especially if you trade for 3 young guys from New Orleans and a draft pick, and Devontae Graham is going to come off the bench because he's salary filler, or 2 guys plus Devontae Graham. Like
mhm.
I think that's the deal they're really eyeballing, and those guys, you know, they gamble, but they take calculated gambles, right? but they know what they're doing. They're building around. They don't, like, you're right. They don't want 27, 28, 29 draft picks. They want no more than 23, 24, because the timing of getting those draft picks is going to, dovetail with building around Scottie Barnes. And that's the young guys also fit. So Pascal's the outlier, but I think there's too much invested in him. He's not going to be going anywhere. And not this Nets bullshit. Sean Marks and Kevin Durant wants him, but he's not going to get him. And that's where it's all coming from, right? It's not, Claxton's not going to be given up, and it's a push-pull kind of a thing to me, the way I see it. Ben Simmons, we're talking about Ben Simmons. What the heck is all that about? The only thing I could see them trying to do is getting all the draft capital and playing for Kevin Durant in the offseason. That's the only thing I could see the Raptors trying to do with anything to do with the Nets. But I think Fred's going to go to Orlando. Weltman and Masai are tight. It's not quid pro quo, but they have a lot of respect for each other. Weltman wouldn't wait till the end of the year to try and scoop Fred on free agent.
Why? What incentive do they have to make a trade right now? I just don't see it. I don't understand why they do it. I mean, looking at their cap book, the only reason
because Fred might go somewhere else. That's why.
That's the real temptation here, right?
Yeah.
But it's like if you're the Orlando Magic, I mean, like, why is Fred VanVleet so important to you? I don't get it.
I'll tell you what's going to happen if Orlando doesn't go for the deal with Fred. Then he's going to get packaged off to the Clippers for something less for the Raptors, because Fred's not going to stay in the offseason. So we got to get something for him. That's what I think is going to happen. So, he had to go to Orlando at 10 minutes to 3 and say, this is the group that I want back. This is the package I want. If not,
right,
you're going to call the Clippers and say, you got it. It's all set up.
Yeah. Country Kong saying, watch Ben Simmons highlights. His actual value is not always captured in the box score. We will get to that.
I don't disagree with that comment. I think Ben Simmons, when his back is fully healed, he's a decent player. But he's don't get me wrong, he's kind of like Scottie in a way. He's a focal point. He's a good passer. He's a great defender. But he's kind of like this big guy that is just a facilitator, and he should get up and.
Did you sleep through every dominant fourth quarter Scottie's had so far? I don't think Ben Simmons has ever done that, to be honest. I can count on one hand, like one finger, how many times I've seen Ben Simmons do what Scottie's done about 10 times this year. I think they're comparable.
I'm saying they're both big-bodied guys that can take on a big center and also play the middle of the court and dish the ball.
Those are not negative things. I mean, those are positive. Those are positives.
Ben Simmons is not a bum.
No, for sure. But I think, like, Ben Simmons, the issue here is Ben Simmons will not shoot threes. Ben Simmons cannot be on the court at the end of the game because he cannot shoot free throws. And Ben Simmons is averaging 7 points per game. I think that's the bigger issue. Ben Simmons, however, is a great defender, and Scottie Barnes right now is not a great defender. He's a good defender. I think the comparisons are overblown. I think Ben Simmons right now, honestly, compares very favorably to Draymond Green. Prime Draymond Green. I think he's doing a lot of the same stuff. He's initiating. He's a secondary initiator. Could easily be a primary initiator now that Kyrie's out. With Spencer Dinwiddie, I think he can pick apart offense. He's a really smart player, but he's making $35 million a year. And, there's a lot of off-court drama potentially that comes with that. There's an injury history that comes with that. There's an ego that comes with that. Pardon?
Do you think we actually want this guy, or it's just bullshit?
I think that's bullshit. Here's the thing.
So do I.
97% of every single thing out there right now is just posturing. It's just somebody leaking something so that somebody else hears it, testing it out. The deals that really get done, usually there's a veil of secrecy around it. Usually it doesn't leak. I mean, who the hell heard D'Angelo Russell to Lakers before it happened? It didn't happen, right? There's certain organizations, they do sort of like they operate with leaks. The Brooklyn Nets
Yeah.
are one of the leaguiest organizations in the NBA, and it's not a surprise to me that Dallas, Lakers, the two teams they were actually dealing with the whole way through, those were the teams that were rumored to be interested in Kyrie. I'm not surprised by that, but the Raptors do not leak. Um,
Yeah.
so I would not be surprised if, like maybe we all read the tea leaves correctly and New Orleans does end up being the trade partner. But don't be surprised tomorrow if they make a trade to the Clippers, the Blazers,
Yeah.
maybe the Rockets. I don't know. Like it could come out of left field. What I do feel in my heart is that it would be very difficult for this. I mean, this is a business. You poll every Raptor fan right now and ask them, do the Raptors need a trade? I don't think the approval rating I don't think the yes would have ever been as high as it is today. I don't think there's ever been a team in Raptor history where it was just so obvious that something needed to change. And to stand pat and do nothing. And I mean, like, even like something stupid like trading Kem Birch for a future second round pick that never conveys. I feel like it just something to. I know it sounds stupid, but it's like psychologically, it's something's got to change. Something's got to change. You cannot believe this team, which has barely beaten teams with 2-3 starters missing on a nightly basis, and sometimes has lost to teams with 2-3 starters missing. We have not gotten teams' best yet. In the playoffs and the play-in, you will get everyone's best. And at that point, your Pascal Siakam diving layups into the third row are not going to be able to compete with actual superstars and what they can do in those close quarters. I don't see a reason to hold on to this core. I don't see a reason for optimism. And I would be extremely disheartened and very disappointed if tomorrow's trade deadline comes and they don't do anything because, look, the stated mandate, I took it at face value that it was second round or bust this year. There's virtually no chance in hell that you're making the second round this year. So, pulling the plug early makes sense to me. Anyway, any final thoughts?
You think they're going to stand pat, or you think they're going to get some deals done tomorrow? Come on.
I am 75% sure that something is going to happen.
Yeah.
I was 95% sure yesterday. So take that as however you want to, but I do not believe that they can walk into the offseason with all the drama that already exists. You're not on great terms with Gary Trent Jr. You're not on great terms with Fred VanVleet either right now. The idea that one of these two guys just has made up their mind behind the scenes as just like, I'm going for the highest offer. The idea that A, you would let that happen, or B, you would actually try to match it, given the impact that these two have actually made on your team's winning and losing this year. I don't know.
Yeah, I got two thoughts. Quick thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota's GM works part-time for the Los Angeles Lakers. Number one.
Okay.
Unbelievable. And number two.
Are we under the impression that D'Angelo Russell is like some overwhelmingly good player?
Well, no. Just Lakers got horseshoes up their ass. I don't know, man. It's just they shouldn't have got that good a deal. And secondly, I think you have to trust in I don't want to say the process, but you have to trust the guys are not going to waver from their plan. So I hear what you're saying, but they're not going to do a deal they don't want to do. So they're not overly cautious either. I mean, they're not overly cautious. I'm just saying, they have a plan. So the plan is going to be executed, and as Masai said, we're going to win again in Toronto. I believe it. I do.
Okay.
I do believe it.
Yep.
And I don't know how they're going to get there, but I believe it. So, I mean, we'll get like within a whisker. We'll lose on the last shot, like we won against Philadelphia. Anyway, thanks for chatting. Good talking to you again.
Good talking to you. See you, man. Alrighty. So before we get to Vince, just an FYI, link is in the description. If you'd like to chat, feel free to call in. I'm just going to read you something that I wrote. I'm going to pull myself off because it's just awkward to watch somebody it's awkward to watch somebody try to read something while they're staring. So, first of all, okay. So, as you know, recently, Cam Thomas has been on a scoring tear. And I don't think that there has ever been anything more of an exhibit on how easy or how common it is to have a guy score a bunch of points when everything in the offense is run around him. So this is a mini article that I wrote, which was going to become a video, but I became lazy and I didn't want to do it. And so I decided I'm just going to do it on the live midway through. It's called Inefficient Scoring for Dummies. So to people somewhat disillusioned or pissed off by Pensari basketball's 4-month-long tirade that Pascal Siakam is severely overrated, let me lay this out in a few parts. Maybe it'll explain why most analysts around the league believe that OG Anunoby has more trade value despite posting an abysmal negative box plus minus this year of negative 0.2. So part one is the Cam Collin argument. Do you realize that over the last 2 games, not including tonight, I believe this is true through yesterday, Cam Thomas is averaging 45 points per game on 52%. That's with Durant and Irving out of the lineup. On the season, Thomas scores 30.3 points per 100 possessions on 58% true shooting. Just compare this to Pascal Siakam, who scores 2 more points on 3% less. Like, you're talking about a guy who most people prior to the last 2 games would consider a throw-in in a trade, who scores more efficiently at almost the exact same volume per 100 possessions as your quote-unquote best player. Colin Sexton. Now, but you say, okay, well, small sample size, Rob. You can't extrapolate 2 games to mean anything. 45 points per game doesn't mean shit. Nets running everything for him. They went 1-1 in that stretch. Okay, well, what about Colin Sexton, whom the Cavs traded as filler to the Jazz at just age 22? Well, at just age 22, at just age 22, he averaged 34 points per 100 possessions on 57% true shooting. So if you're doing the math, that's 1 point per game more than Pascal Siakam. Well, 1.5 points per game more than Siakam at 1.5% better true shooting. And he did this when the league average offensive rating was 112. And Siakam's doing it when the league average is like 115.5. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but that actually is conclusive evidence that Colin freaking Sexton is a way more efficient and prolific scorer than Pascal Siakam in his career year. I think when you look at raw box scores, and I know I've been sort of railing against it for a while, you do get a very false understanding of what a player is, especially when that player plays as many minutes as Siakam, takes as many shots as Siakam. 538, an analytics website, ranks at a lot of players above Siakam in terms of impact. Forget about superstars like Jason Tatum and Luka Doncic, because that's obvious. We're not even talking about trigger-happy guards that put up big box score numbers like Kyrie Irving or dynamic playmakers. 538 prefers Aaron Gordon to Pascal Siakam this year, and the gap isn't really even close. Siakam was once a dominant two-way player, and everything I've heard about Nick Nurse's dog shit offense has always been about buying on defense, do what you want on offense. That's the narrative from Fred. That's the narrative from Pascal. That's the narrative from everybody. Well, I don't really see Pascal buying in on defense, but I just watch him do whatever the hell he wants on offense, and I don't really understand why that level of load, why this contract is earned. I don't get it. I understand the hypothetical of Siakam. I understand the idealized version of Siakam, but that isn't the version that I'm watching on the team on the court, and it's not a version that's resulting in winning. I think one of the biggest reasons that the Raptors have fallen apart this year is because they came into the season expecting that they would have 3 great defenders in their starting lineup, 1 very good or good defender, and 1 poor defender. It's kind of like listening to somebody explain why the Titanic could stay afloat with 3 compartments flooded. but not the fourth. I think a lot of basketball works a lot like that. I think you could weather Gary's inefficiency on defense. Yes, some people think that he's a great defender because he gets steals. He is not. He is not a great defender. But I think you can weather that if Siakam and Fred VanVleet remained severely above average defenders. And they're not. They're just average to above average defenders right now. And more so lately, it's gotten progressively worse. And I do not think that you can really sustain it, even though you have positives in the lineup that maybe you weren't expecting, like Christian Koloko, who are significant positives defensively. You just cannot weather having this many poor defenders and this complex a scheme. Siakam's next contract, which I think I made a community post about it, and you're free to read it. It has the potential to become one of the worst contracts in the league. And when I mean worst, I think Tobias Harris, John Wall, Zach LaVine levels. It's the type of contract that would destroy this team's financial flexibility as they attempt to build a competitive roster around Scottie Barnes. Because if you can't see the peak and the decline coming, you're blind. Bursty, quick, twitch, non-shooters who rely on first step and quickness instead of shooting an IQ to get past their man do not age well, especially when they lose half a step. And I'll bet that half a step is lost within the next 18 months. The ideal roster around Barnes, as previously mentioned, includes plus defenders, good secondary playmakers, movement shooters, elite rim rollers, and off-ball cutters. And ideally, you'd want the majority of these players to be under 25. Siakam is not that. Siakam's contract is complicated. The best version of this, assuming that the Raptors offer him max, is the veteran extension. That is a 4-year contract. But trust me, the 5th year will be the big problem. But the 4-year veteran extension. Now, extensions exist when the player is still under contract. That would be this August. He still has next year, so that would be this year. You would sign him to a deal that starts at $42,900,000 and would be $53,196,000 in his final year. That is the best case scenario of what a max contract for Pascal Siakam could look like. If he waits for an extension, if he waits and opts out of the final deal for the final year, if he becomes an unrestricted free agent and you sign him, not only could he ask for a no trade clause, not only could he obviously walk for nothing, but you would actually end up signing him to a 5-year deal totaling, get this, $250 million. 248 million would be the cap figure, starting at 42 million, extending into 2028, 2029 at $56 million. That is crazy. If perchance the Raptors do turn it around, and they are certainly going to risk it if they sign if they trade for Jakob Poeltl or some crazy shit move like that, then it goes up to much more than just $250 million, which will seem like chump change in hindsight. If Siakam makes All-NBA, he is eligible for a 35% Supermax. It is called a designated veteran extension, and that would start at $50 million and would peak in 2028, 2029 at $66 million, at which point I believe he would be 35 years old. I gotta tell you, if he signs that extension, you're in cap hell for the next 5 years, and you will need to move multiple firsts to get off of him. Just look at the history, man. Look at the history of teams trying to move off of Russell Westbrook's contract. I mean, we're talking 4 years ago how we talked about Russell Westbrook, and look how we talk about him now. 4 years ago, how we talked about John Wall. Look at how we talk about him now. 4 years ago, we were still talking about Bradley Beal being one of the best players in the league. And today, it's just, it's an albatross contract. The switch happens fast. I do believe that these. Now, I do want to send a quick shout out to Mike Kuo. It was like our first fan art, and get to Vince right now. But I just want to quickly hang on 1 second here. I'm gonna pull this up for everybody. This is really cool. Never gotten any fan art before. This is the first time So big shout outs to Mike. Ain't that cool? That was really cool. So thank you so much, Mike, for that. And it says greatest Raptor YouTuber of all time. I don't know how true that is, but certainly let's make it happen. All right. Next up, we got Vince. Vince, my man, how are you doing?
What up, Robbie? How you doing, man?
Um,
Dude,
complicated question.
that art is sick.
I agree.
That
It's
is
awesome.
that
So big shout
that is
outs to
sweet.
Mike Kuo for that. Really appreciate it, man. Like I showed my girlfriend. She's just like, that's so cool. Like fan art. Like, who do you think you are, Rob?
Yeah, I know. That's the only thing is that dealing with you at home now is like these things are going to get to your head, you know? You
You
think,
know, my girlfriend was talking about going to a Raptors game, and I was like, I'll just give you my jersey. My jersey has my name on it on the back, and she's just like,
okay.
you pissed off a lot of people. I don't think I want to be going to a game with your jersey on. So it's like, I thought that was funny. Um,
Yeah, it doesn't say Pensari though. It says your last name is like Simonovic or something like that.
no, but close.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I won't give it away. Actually, I probably shouldn't have said just in case you wanted to stay anonymous. I don't know.
I'm not that anonymous. I'm
Hmm.
very easy to find on Google. But yeah, what'd you think of the game tonight, man?
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the game. I just watched the scores tick. You know, like it's the
I
most
like how you didn't even
predictable.
bullshit it for a second. I like how you didn't even soften that. I like how you didn't say like, "Oh, I couldn't catch it. I tried to watch it, but I got caught up with the kid."
Oh
No, it's just
no,
like
no
I didn't
way.
watch this. I have a feeling that the Raptors are not properly appreciating just how burnt out this fan base is from watching this dog shit product on the court. It's not even that they're losing, it's how they're losing. It's the style of basketball that they're playing right now. It's just painful to watch. Can you imagine 5 years of watching Pascal Siakam do this? I cannot.
It's not. I honestly, I think like people would call me like a blasphemous. Oh, you don't watch the games or whatever. Like, I feel like
Uh,
I know more than your average bear about the Raptors team, and so
mhm,
like these games are I'd say pointless, but within the context of the Raptors' history, kind of pointless because we know what the next move has to be in order to get the Raptors to like this next generation, and
mhm,
so like everybody and their grandmother wants trades to happen. That
mhm,
this is just what we're waiting for. We've got one more day to see if it's going to happen.
mhm,
I'm also a huge NBA fan, so I was watching a little bit of Boston earlier tonight, Boston Philly,
mhm.
and The Last of Us is a pretty sick show. So my wife and I are unwinding. She deals with enough like NBA shit with me, like throughout the day. Like, oh my God, Kyrie just got traded. Hold the phone. I gotta deal with this. Like I'm in on it for some reason. Um,
Right.
yeah, but no, I know what's going on with the Raps right now. Um, I do have some thoughts. Sorry, did you have another question or a point you wanted to make?
No. Sounds like you're cooking. Rahul, thanks a lot. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Um, Actually, I know I pronounced that correctly. I knew someone with that name. Raps better not trade for Jakob Port. And point made. You didn't even spell his name correctly. Jakob Poeltl. Fred VanVleet needs to be traded. Raps got to sell high on these guys. Hopefully, Fred VanVleet trade happens. Thanks a lot, Rahul. Number 27, actually. So I apologize. Rahul, number 27. I like how you numbered yourself. That's super cool.
Nice.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, like, take me through. Okay, so there's a version of reality in which the Raptors don't do anything. I don't think that it's likely that that happens, but it could happen. That they just outsmart themselves. Where do we go from there?
Well,
Because
I
I
think
mean, you're firmly in no man's land, right? Unless, of course, what has happened with the Nets over the last I don't know, 3 days, 5 days, changes the outlook on the East, and suddenly you convince yourself that, oh my God, like if Scottie emerges in the second half, we get Otto back at some point, maybe. I don't know if Otto is scheduled back, right? Could we be a sneaky threat as a low seed, at which point we still retain a somewhat high pick. We still get Scottie another year of playoffs. I
Right.
don't know.
I think they're in a little bit of a tight spot. I think that I'm not like somebody. Woj released a tweet saying Nets are not looking. They're not entertaining any KD offers. And then I saw something else come in like, oh, not so fast. Maybe they are. So assuming that Phoenix, Portland, and who else would be in on KD? Like New Orleans, but probably not even them. They probably wouldn't even trade Ingram. So let's say Phoenix and Portland,
They would have
right?
to trade Ingram. I don't remember if Ingram was on that type of extension that you can't trade for KD, but I think he's not. I think it's Devin Booker, who's on that extension
Oh yeah,
type,
Ben Simmons.
and is it was it Ben Simmons? Ben Simmons was
Like
on
I,
this? It's
you know,
because they have Ben Simmons on their roster. They can't absorb a second guy on that same type of
right,
extension, and
right.
Devin Booker is definitely on that. So good luck trying to create DeAndre Ayton is having a horrible season. I don't know if people realize that, but like, yeah, it's
Yeah,
bad.
I don't want him. I don't want him.
I don't want him either. Like you
I don't want
think
a center. Yeah, on a max contract that couldn't hold a candle to Embiid or Jokic. Like, no way. Right.
I think it's just look if you're gonna go for a downgrade, I want it to be a youth downgrade. Like at the very
Right.
least, buy in on some sort of perception of upside. I do not see the upside of Fred and Pascal. I just don't.
Right.
I don't see a version in hell in which they are significantly materially better next year than they are today. And it's like if the upside, like there's just such a lost element to this because here's the complicated part of this. I'd feel differently about this if they were on a different contract situation. I'd feel very differently about this. If they had
Sure.
3-year contracts right now, I'd be like, you know, by all means, wait till the offseason. Partly
Right.
because they're not gunning for new contracts, which means that you can actually sit them if this goes disastrously. But we're in a position right now where Masai Ujiri, Bobby Webster, who famously have a lot of loyalty towards their players. They're not going to put their players in positions that are going to, hurt their contract odds or whatever. So let's say you're Pascal Siakam right now, right? And I'm Masai Ujiri or Bobby Webster. I can't really justifiably tell you that I'm going to sit you for 20 games because the next week just went disastrously and we have no chance to
Right.
make the play. I can't do that because I'm going to cost you all NBA and you're always going to hate me for it. And I'm going to feel like
Right.
now I owe you something. So the only way for me to do that for you is to negotiate. I'll give you a max contract in October when you're eligible. In exchange, can you please sit? At which point he may still not agree because maybe he wants to chase all NBA. I mean, he certainly
Right.
played like it today, right? So
Against the San Antonio Spurs.
and yeah, and I mean like, and with Siakam, at least he can wait another year and he can test it again because he can still make All NBA next year and then restart this whole cycle. It's not do or die for Siakam right now. It's close, but it's not do or die. For Fred and
Right.
Gary, it is do or die because the next contract that those two guys get might be the biggest contract they get in their lives, especially
Sure.
Fred. This is going to be Fred's biggest contract ever. Fred has been underpaid his entire career. OG has been underpaid his entire career. Both of these guys are eligible for new deals very soon. I believe OG is extension eligible this fall as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Fred is obviously going to opt out. So there's no version in hell in which you're going to be able to go up to these guys and be like, yeah, by the way, can we just sit you guys for 5-6 games because it's really going to help our odds at the lottery?
Right.
It's not. So when you decide to hold on to these guys, you are deciding to go for the play-in. Like there's no way around it. So you almost have an obligation to add something now. You have a roster spot. You have future assets. I seriously do not see the upside of pulling another Thaddeus Young type situation right now.
Of course not. Of
And
course not.
there's a version of life last year in which you probably make the run in the playoffs, or you were pretty competitive in the playoffs with or without Thaddeus Young. I don't think he was that much of a needle mover that you had to part with a first round pick. So this idea of Masai just, consistently fleecing other teams, I think we got fleeced on that one, you know. Um,
Yeah, they just saw it as like, okay, we moved back 10 spots in the draft,
I
right?
mean, there's a
That's how they
consequence
saw
to
it.
moving back 10 spots. That's a
Yeah.
whole year.
You
That's the
lose
hold on.
Walker
That's a
Kessler.
whole year of team control.
Sure. Oh, true.
So
That's true.
because if you had gotten that 20th pick, I mean, granted, if you were looking for a center, there was a really good one at
Yeah.
pick 20, Walker
Gets
Kessler,
a
right?
lot of blocks. A lot of blocks.
Gets a lot of blocks, but let's just say hypothetically, even if you hadn't picked Walker Kessler because you had some sort of bias against him as being, a guy that you didn't like. I mean, there was David Roddy, who's looked amazing. There's Andrew Nembhard, who's looked really good. There's Christian Koloko. Let's say you take Koloko at 20. That's still 4 years of team control at a very, very
Right.
low contract. So
Sure.
now you start playing out the different timelines. When you start to break down, like, what did the deal actually cost you? Well, not only did it cost you that first round pick, now if we play out Christian Koloko's career, let's just say Christian Koloko turns into something like really good, which I very much
Right.
believe he will. Let's say his next contract is 20 million. Well, now that 20 million kicks in a year sooner
Sure.
because of the
Yep.
rookie extension.
Right.
Therefore, you cost yourself $20 million by picking him 13 picks
In the
later.
second round. Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, and if he
Sliding
busts,
doors.
then you saved like $5 million.
Sure.
So, I mean, but if you trust your scouting, like, why do you move off of picks? I cannot. God damn it! How many times have the Raptors moved off of draft picks?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a fan of the draft, you hate this team so hard
Yeah.
right now because they
Sure.
moved a draft pick for. I mean, granted, it was fair, but they've moved a lot of first round picks. They've moved a ton of first round picks, and they usually don't acquire them. And it's just not how this front office operates. And it's
Right.
just so ironic how many times they have been in love with a draft prospect where it's like, motherfucker, if you just had your pick this year, you would get this guy.
That's true.
I mean, the
True.
year that we had targeted Giannis, we didn't have a draft pick. We didn't have a first round pick
Right.
that year. 2013, I believe we did not have a first round pick.
Do we,
Um,
who would we have traded that year?
What do you
Or
mean?
no, it was too far back. Like I'm trying to think of who they brought in order to get rid of that pick. Like
I
it would have been like Hedo Turkoglu or some shit like that back then.
No, he was a clear signing. There was no sign and trade
Right,
on him.
right.
It's just a clear absurd. I believe that was the draft pick that they traded for DeMar Carroll. Someone in the chat, let me know what was the pick, the 2020 Timberland.
I think Damari was a straight out signing as well.
No. But in
Um,
order to move Damari, we had to part with a first round pick. Yeah,
Oh,
someone in
right,
someone
right.
in the chat. It was for Lowry. Ah, yes. Okay, yes, it was Lowry. Correct. So the Raptors parted with a first round pick to get
Gotcha.
Kyle Lowry. So I mean, in that case, great.
You know, you got the Groat for that. That's not so bad. Not to be confused with the Groit.
That is true. Yeah, but I
So-
mean, like, how many times have the Raptors not had a first round pick is my question. And it's like, and every time they've had one, it's been such a fucking positive thing. I mean, apart from Bruno Caboclo, you could literally go back and be like, there has been no misses in the first round for this regime. Bruno
They've been
Caboclo was
good.
it, and that was pretty much their first.
OG, Pascal.
Yep.
Well, no, Flynn could have been
Okay,
Desmond
fine.
Bain.
I
unfortunately.
firmly believe that Flynn is a casualty of the pandemic. I believe it was the
Sure.
lack of scouting,
Yeah.
the inability to see people live. I think it's
True.
a outlier because
True.
every other pick they've nailed it. So why would I not want one of the best scouting teams, like best scouting front offices in the league, to have multiple firsts next year?
Sure.
Of course I would, because I think they would extract gold from it. Kuwata from Mars, thank you so much for the super chat. Raptors in talks to hire Darman to renegotiate the players' salaries. Huh?
Who is that?
Is that an inside joke or is this a legit rumor? Hold on.
Oh, yeah, maybe Darman is like a character in a TV show or something like that.
Darman, I'm a mission-driven entrepreneur and filmmaker focused on ideas that have massive positive impact on the world. Okay. I think that's a joke.
Okay.
Okay, Brian K said, I get the Darman joke. I don't, because I don't know who he was. But thank you for the super chat. Joke about current scandal. Okay. I'm gonna yeah.
Real quick. So, do you think so? KD talk aside, right?
Mhm.
Like if other teams are vying for KD, could that be what's holding up
Yes.
Toronto right now, or do you think Toronto
Yes.
is waiting for the 11th hour?
I
Right?
think there's a
Like,
two-pronged KD thing. Number one is, as I mentioned earlier, I do believe that there's a looming, what if he becomes available and we gave all our fucking draft picks for OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam
right,
element to
right.
this. So I think the second part of this could be the Raptors were among the top teams in the league last offseason when KD became available. I think they were second. In terms of the favorable odds, Phoenix was number one, Raptors were number two, right?
Right.
DeAndre Ayton sucks.
Right.
I cannot see a world in which a competent front office chooses DeAndre Ayton over Pascal Siakam. Like, you'd have to be
Right.
absolutely batshit crazy. Siakam's better at everything. So if you're the Nets and the competing offer is DeAndre Ayton plus stuff or Pascal Siakam plus stuff, I think you'd be absolutely insane to choose DeAndre Ayton, even though he's younger.
Plus they have a much better center in Claxton and probably a slightly better center in Simmons, right? Assuming you prescribe to Simmons as a center, but like
He
Claxton
kind of is a center at this point.
Yeah, Claxton is a better center than Ayton is, right? He's not a taller center, but he fits.
It's
that
really
team.
weird to say, but it's really hard to argue with as well. I understand that, and honestly, like, draft position continues to have an impact. You know what the irony of ironies is? Looked at Crafted's top player comp for DeAndre Ayton. Guess who it was? Marvin Bagley.
Oh yeah, Jesus! I thought it was going to be something stupid like.
It is
David
stupid. They were
Robinson
they were the two guys picked ahead of Luka Doncic. People get a lot of shit for years. It was like, oh well, Trae Young, Marvin Bagley. I think you can throw DeAndre Ayton firmly into the what the fuck were they thinking camp.
Devin Booker and Luka Doncic on the same team right now.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Okay, we're gonna bring in Fred VanVleet into the chat to tell us what he thinks about the game. And we can just live react to it. I think I'd be very interested. He's a really interesting guy in that he usually can't help but leak things. He leaks when he talks.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious to know what he has to say.
After long trips, first came back is a rather slow one. You guys seem very professional and focused right from the start. Did you discuss that and were aware of the possibility of a letdown?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got guys that's been through it a little bit. Obviously, coach stressed it. The last few games got off to slow starts. Tonight wasn't that great, the first 5 minutes of the game, but thought we just were locked in defensively, which was good enough. And Pascal was able to, level us out offensively. He had it going tonight, so I thought we were, focused and locked into the game plan and just put together a professional effort to get the job done today.
A bunch of high energy games from Chris recently. Is this the longest sort of sustained stretch of energy that he's had this season?
I don't know. He's playing good basketball for us, and being that first sub and coming in early, he's making his first shot, consistently. So anytime he checks in and hit a three, it's probably going to be a good night for him. That's just a good way to start your night off and give him a boost of energy. So he's been flying around, getting rebounds. I think he had 3 steals and 3 blocks tonight. So he was huge for us off the bench, and he had a great game for us. And anytime he plays good, usually helps us a lot.
Are you going to be glad when tomorrow 3 o'clock comes and goes?
I don't really care that much about it. Yeah, it is what it is at this point. Like, been through it a couple of times. Obviously, that's the most my name's been in it since I've been in the league. But, it is what it is. You wait for the call if it comes. If not, you you move on. So just got to be professional, come to work and do your job, and the rest of that stuff will take care of itself.
In your 7 years, this has probably been the craziest one, right? Because there's a lot of names in play. Is it different?
Well, we got a lot of good players on the team that's not winning, so that's pretty much it. And we haven't played up to our standard this year, and so we put ourselves in this position, and you got to deal with it. We understand there's going to be probably every team in the league calling. We got a lot of guys that a lot of teams want, and we're not in a great situation. So, front office will do their thing, and they'll do what's best for the organization, and the rest of us will, come to work tomorrow, get a good practice in, see what happens. But, just focus on the work at hand.
Would you be surprised if you weren't here on Friday?
I'm not really going to comment on too much of that. You know what I mean? I just try to come to work every day. I haven't had any of those conversations thus far. Obviously, my name's been buzzing around, so I'm sure they're listening when the calls are coming in. As they're a great front office, and Masai and Bobby, those guys have earned the trust and respect, and certainly have my trust and respect. And whatever happens. So I'm just focused on trying to get this team as many wins as possible. And tonight was a good night for us. I got practice tomorrow, so I'll focus on that.
Fred, what stood out for you about Pascal's performance? Was it the fast start in the first, the perfect start, just the consistency throughout?
That's a pretty good description. He had it going. Anytime he's got the bounce, he got like a little pep in his step. Had a couple quiet nights for him recently, which is saying a lot, depending on what we've been seeing. It was a 37 and 10 and 7. So, he's back shooting at a high clip, getting in the paint, getting separation from his man. The jumper looked good, and he just looked assertive and aggressive from the jump, and that's what we need for him. So he was great for us tonight. He carried us.
This is the only organization you've ever played for. Have you thought about what tomorrow could mean, and what it would feel like not if your phone rang tomorrow?
No.
Cap? No cap? I don't know. You playing cap or no cap?
My fear is that the league has caught on to what Utah did to Minnesota and Cleveland. The Cleveland trade was a little bit more palatable, but like what Utah did to Minnesota and what San Antonio did to Atlanta. I feel like the rest of the league is already caught on, and that it's possible that the window for the Raps to do a similar trade is already closed. Right? That is my biggest fear. My hope is that there's still a couple of desperate teams. I'm pretty sure Masai and Bobby know that the direction, the number one direction they need to go in is trading Fred and Pascal. It pretty much mirroring what Utah did, right? They're getting rid of their older players. They're building around Walker Kessler and Colin Sexton and Ochai Agbaji, and they have one other guy that's not coming to mind right now. Right? And so following that path, only you actually have a better, at least offensive anchor, right? As your young guy in Scottie. So I think what they're probably trying to do is fight like hell to trade Pascal to either Portland for Shaden Sharp and stuff, and picks, or to New Orleans for Dyson Daniels and stuff and picks, and maybe get Jalen Suggs from the Magic if they can, plus picks for Fred. Right, I think that's their number one thing. Their A path, and it's possible they don't, they don't strike on those opportunities because the other teams don't want to do it, and they're, for lack of a better term, sort of stuck holding their dicks in their hand tomorrow at 3:01.
Maximilian Arturo, Raps aren't doing nothing. Now, is that a double negative?
Double negative.
Intentional? Or is that double negative unintentional, where you're colloquially or slang saying they ain't doing shit?
Yeah,
or are you saying that they aren't doing nothing? You've just broken my brain. Sorry.
All right.
So, yes.
Okay.
James Welsh says, I'm not that high on Sharp. I'm with you on that. Yeah, I get it. I mean, the potential is just oozing, but potential is just that. It's potential.
That's the thing, is that it's like he would actually help you lose this year, right? Sharp would actually help you lose this year. and then
Sure,
developing
because he doesn't defend.
developing that kind of raw talent. Like have you ever seen a player since Vince that can do what he does? Like the fluidity in his game. Like he's not Vince. Don't get me wrong. He's not Vince, right? But
Hmm.
just how fluid he moves on the basketball court, the kind of balance that he's under. The jump shot looks pretty, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like he can become something. And Scottie and Shaden, oh my God, for years to come on, just the highlight factory alone, that would be so sick. And it's a team that I would watch every game that those guys played in, knowing full well that they're probably losing. But I would tune in like tonight versus San Antonio if it was that team. Fucking right, I am tuning into that game. I'm going to way more of my season ticket games if Shaden Sharp is on the court. That's for damn sure.
Well, today on Instagram we did some polls. Okay, and I wish I had been better prepared and I would have been able to graphically show you these, but 126 votes. I mean, we got quite a bit of quite a few votes, quite a few votes on these. So here are the votes that we asked people about. Okay, so question number 1: who do you want to see moved tomorrow? Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, Gary Trent Jr., OG Anunoby. We did not give Scottie Barnes as an option because I don't think anyone really wants to see him moved, and if they did, it'd be like 1%. So Fred VanVleet leads the way with 69% of the vote. In terms of the question, what if the Raptors do not make a move tomorrow? How will you feel? Relieved, 5%. Conflicted, 35%. Very upset, 39%. Done with the season, 21%. So 60% of the vote is between very upset and done with the season. Okay. In terms of which young, what do you think the Raptors should get back in a draft? Wow, a Freudian slip there. What do you think the Raptors should get back in a trade package? 20% said shooting, 18% said a center, 43% said young prospects, and 19% said 1 to 3 draft picks from 2023 to 2029. Again, fast math says almost 60% of the vote is for young prospects and picks. Then we asked the spicy question: what is Pascal Siakam to you? Is it a superstar, an all-NBA performer, an all-star / second fiddle type, or an average second option on a contender? With 1% of the vote, and by the way, it was 0% for a very long time today, I think someone gave it, is superstar. 33% of you believe that he is an all-NBA performer. 54% said an all-star second fiddle type, and 12% of you said an average second option on a contender, which means that 99% of people do not believe that Pascal Siakam is a top 10 player. And this is Raptor fans. Similar question about Scottie. What is Scottie Barnes? 35% of you, what will Scottie be in 3 years? 35% said a superstar. 46% said an all-NBA performer. 18% said an average all-star. 1 person said an average starter and second, third option type. I believe the same person who voted Siakam as a superstar ended up doing that as well, because that was at 0 and Siakam was at 0, and that person was just like, fuck it.
Right.
Oh, look, Phoenix Play is back. Great. Not great.
What does that mean? Oh, Phoenix Play. Yeah. Sorry, I remember that dude.
Okay. And in terms of which Raptors prospect, apart from Scottie, that you're most excited about: Delano Banton, 2%, Malachi Flynn, 2%, Christian Koloko, 23%, Precious Achiuwa, 73%.
Wow.
So with 94%, 96% of the vote, it's Precious Achiuwa or Christian Koloko. Hopefully neither one of those guys is going anywhere tomorrow. So that's what the surveys say. That's how Raptor fans are feeling right now, at least the Raptor fans that follow Pensar basketball. Granted, that's probably a very skewed population sample size of non-casuals. But I think that it's pretty niche. But I also think that it is the voice of the silent majority. I really do believe that a lot of people feel this way. I've, obviously talked to, casual fans at various Raptor events, and you start to sense of like a this doesn't feel like it used to feel element to it, right?
Definitely.
Sean Stevenson, what is the Mark Stein tweet? Mark Stein tweets a lot. What did he say? Is that the Jakob Poeltl stuff? Sorry, should I just check Mark Stein Twitter and just pull it up?
I'm sure he'll write. He'll probably write what it is.
You know, it's just
Man,
like,
the way you outlined how destructive Pascal's next contract could be
mhm.
was just like shattering. Just like you think of guys like
I
Bradley
very
Beal.
much considered like putting horror music behind it, like the Exorcist soundtrack, but then I get
Seriously,
demonetized.
seriously,
It's
it's gonna. We
man,
can't like. Oh my God! I so hope it's another team that gives it to him. Good Christ!
I hope like
Can we
why
get like do you think Golden State isn't like they're probably not like desperate enough, eh? And would you want like Wiseman, Kuminga,
no,
Moody
fuck no, no,
combination of two
Wiseman,
of those
no,
plus this?
L, no, no. I will stop following this team if they trade for James Wiseman.
How about
I will become a Pelicans YouTube channel.
how about
Like
Kuminga? He looks like
I
he
can
could have
stomach.
some.
Pardon?
Kuminga looks like he could have some juice in the future.
He's all right.
They're obviously pretty raw right now, but like Kuminga looks like he's got at least like the physical tools to be a
I
guy.
don't buy into physical tools. Like you talking about a league in which Nikola Jokic is MVP and Luka Doncic is widely considered the best player. Like consider that. These are two of the
Yeah,
slowest players in the NBA.
but they still have physical tools in insofar as that they are like Luca. If Luca was 6'4", like 6'4", 190, he can't do what he's doing right now.
He'd still
And
be good.
he'd still be good, but he wouldn't be as dominant. The fact that he's got that big body, he's 250,
He
6'8".
he's just balanced, he's skilled, he knows how to use it, right? Like I mean, DeMar, Paul Pierce, like there's a lot of examples of guys who
Sure,
just know how to move their feet. They're balanced, they're coordinated, they're extremely
sure.
skilled, they're really smart, they
Incredibly
see the
smart,
court.
yeah.
Yeah, do you think being 6'7" or 6'6"? Luka's 6'6", he's not 6'7". So you think being 6'6" going to help you look over defenders a little bit better than being 6'4"? Sure. You think being long is going to help you recover on defense because your feet are slow? Sure. These are all physical
And he's
advantages,
and
but I
he's
don't
strong as
think
shit.
he is strong. Luka's
Yeah,
strong. Giannis is strong.
Jokic.
Jokic is strong. And in a league which is increasingly not strong, yeah, like, you're going to have Ben Simmons is strong. James Harden is super strong. LeBron's super strong. Find me a superstar
Right.
who's not strong. Who's a superstar who's not strong?
I don't know, Kyrie.
Summer low. Luca is closer to 6'7" than 6'6". No, he 6'8" than 6'7". No, he is not. I promise you that is not true. And please do not make me pull up that picture of him standing next to Kristaps Porzingis again. There was a person in the chat who said this like a couple of weeks ago, and it triggered me pretty hard. If you want, you could just Google it. Trust me, he is much closer to 6'6". I've seen him standing next to Kyrie Irving, and he is not that much taller than Kyrie, and Kyrie's 6'3". Anyways, yeah, I don't know.
So you wouldn't do that? No, Golden State. There's
No,
no like. Okay, let's say it was Moody,
I
Kuminga picks,
no.
and
For what?
salary
For
fill. So that would
Pascal?
have to be. Yeah.
None of those guys are going to be as good as Pascal, man. None of those guys are going to be as good as Pascal. They're just young. Like they're young. Okay, yeah. But like I want an actual player back. Like I want
You
a
you want a
guy
tent
who
you want a tent pole. You want a Dyson
yeah,
Daniels. You
I
want
want a
somebody who's going to
Dyson
be right.
Daniels, a Trey Murphy. I don't like I mean
Right.
even in the Suggs deal, right? Like you're not talking about something great coming back. It's just you don't have a great deal of leverage to deal with a team that has cap space in this offseason, right? But like this idea of middling talent. I'm not interested in middling talent. We lack tent poles. When you
Right.
talk about the future of this team, who are you talking about? You're talking about Precious Achua and Christian Coloco and Scottie Barnes, like Gary Trent
Right.
Jr. I'm sorry, none of those guys, other than one, project to be a future All-Star. I mean, you can say Precious Achiuwa has a pathway, and so does Christian Koloko, but I cannot think of another team that is serious about contending that wastes this many roster spots on middling talent.
Right.
It's all middling talent, right? Kem Birch is virtually useless, right? If you're not playing him now, when, right? Otto Porter is injured for the year. Okay, he has a player option, so I understand you cannot waive him because technically he's guaranteed through next year if he opts in. So you cannot waive him even though he's injured. So that's 2 dead weight roster spots. Ron Harper Jr. is a 2-way contract. He is also a dead weight roster spot. He is not an NBA player at this point, and I do not understand like necessarily the thought process behind him. Like I like him, but I don't really get it. Like there are better players for sure in the G League right now who could actually play for you, right?
Right.
That's 3. Thaddeus Young hit his first 3 last game this year. That's 4.
Oh my God.
Right?
No. Is that true?
Yes. That was his
Oh my
first
God.
3 of 2023 in
Jeez.
February. Okay. You've got Precious and Christian Koloko, which I mean, I could buy into having 2 of these guys. I totally can. This is the type of prospect you want. You know, float these guys up and down the G League. I am surprised that Precious Achiuwa has not had G League time. He definitely needed it last year, and I'm surprised they didn't use him because his defensive upside. But it's like that's the problem. It's like this team used to be a different team in terms of development pipelines. I don't like the trend line the last 2 years in terms of how they're developing. I still like how they scout. I love the pickup of Christian Koloko. I love the pickup of Precious Achiuwa. I love the pick of Scottie Barnes, obviously, you know.
Right.
But the development pipeline, it doesn't make sense to me. I understood the development of past players a little bit better. Someone says I'm here for Anthony Simons. I just cannot like this is the same reaction I had to the Bones Highland trade.
Right.
Rumor, not trade. I don't understand the upside of having a guy who is so bad defensively. Right. And by the way, Bones Highland shoots 40% from the field. Look at his shot chart. He cannot finish in the paint. It's Gary Trent Jr. all over again. It's just he's smaller and a better creator. You think that's what this team needs? Another guy who has 27, 28% usage? Really? Right. Y'all want y'all want Cam Thomas? Like, why?
God damn it. Yeah, this is like mini this run he's on is mini Linsanity. It's Cam Sanity. And it will fizzle out and it's not gonna stick.
I mean, he's a professional scorer. He is a professional scorer. It's just this fan base is so used to guys shooting like dog shit and putting up like, I don't know, 32 points like and being called superstars, 33 points being called superstars that like I legitimately heard someone say, do you think the Brooklyn Nets would move Cam Thomas and Nick fucking Claxton for Pascal Siakam? And I was just like, oh my God, is that all it took? It took 2 games, 45 points per game. And now Cam Thomas is basically Cam Johnson. Like, still an undersized guard who does not play defense and doesn't do anything else but score. Congratulations. Look,
there are guys.
I'm not denying that as a microwave scorer off the bench, he's great. You know, as a full-time starter, I have my issues with it, but maybe he'll grow into that. I liked him coming out, into the draft. I thought he was good. Surprised he went as late as he did, but not that surprised. Right. There's a lot of holes in his game too. But what I was hoping to establish with that earlier point about inefficient offensive engines is that when you run enough action to get certain guys going downhill, getting them open, coming off screens, they're going to put up points. I think somebody was messaging. They're like, have you ever seen an NBA game 150 to 20 points? No. If the other team scores 150, someone's got to score 130. That's just how NBA offenses work. I've never seen this. Not high school guys. Like I know there are some teams that get beat 18 to 112 in high school, but it's not high school. I've never seen a team get beat by 80 points, 90 points in the NBA. So someone's got to score these points at some point.
Right.
So whether that's Cam Thomas, pardon?
There's no Sierra Canyon in the NBA.
No. And it's like there's just this overrating of prospects, of your own prospects, Gary Trent Jr. Yeah, like I mean, yeah, I've been impressed by his progress. It's great. He's one of the better tough shot makers in the NBA. I think he's pretty decent. But 25 to 30 million for a guy who doesn't defend well, doesn't create well for others. That play, there was a play I think 2 or 3 games ago where Malachi Flynn's right under the basket. It's right about and someone screenshotted it, and it's so painful to look at that, and it's just like you got a teammate wide open. He's having a pretty bad year. You've scored a lot of points this year. Just give him one. I'm not for it. I think I'm with OG, man. I'm with OG. I side with OG.
Same.
If OG wants out of this offense, I don't blame him. My eyes have bled. I don't even do video breakdowns anymore. Do you guys realize that? I refuse to do film breakdowns until this trade deadline passes because I don't want to give any of the, Pascal sucks, Fred sucks crowd any more ammunition here.
Right.
But trust me, when this trade deadline passes tomorrow, if the Raptors don't do anything, that shit's coming back.
I think the Raptors, like the front office knows that OG is one of unfortunately I think the rest of the league knows that OG is the prize there. That's why there's all this smoke around him. I think that's why they're valuing OG more so than Pascal. Pascal is such a specific type of player, whereas OG fits into any offense in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to take getting bowled over by an offer for them to part with OG. But I think they know like the direction. If you have OG, Scottie, and like you said, Christian Coloco as tent poles, I feel like Gary is a little bit more palatable. Quick question on Gary: who's giving him 25+ million next year? What other team is going to swoop in and say, we'll be the team, Gary, to overpay you?
If he's not getting 25 million, where do you think he's getting? I mean, what is the team? I think that a lot will depend on which teams have cap space, which will be heavily determined tomorrow, right? Because you look at a team like Minnesota. He's from Minnesota, right? Minnesota just traded for Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook's a massive expiring. Do they get under the cap now? I don't know if they get under the cap because they still have Carlton Towns.
Sorry, quick correction. Westbrook went to Utah.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Who did Minnesota get
Conley.
back? And is Conley on a 2-year deal? He's on a 2-year deal.
I believe so, yeah.
Smart move for Minnesota. I think Minnesota wins that trade. I think Conley's the best point guard in that draft, in that trio.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of
a little addition by subtraction there.
I was kind of confounded as to how the Lakers got D'Angelo Russell. Not that he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but D'Angelo Russell's still a quality player, especially if you pair him with LeBron and AD. Mm-hmm. They got D'Angelo, they got Vando, and they got Malik Beasley. Good scorer, 6-man type, for one first-round pick and a negative asset, or what's widely seen as a negative asset in Russell Westbrook.
He's an expiring. He's a massive expiring. I believe they can still trade Russ tomorrow, can't they?
Utah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They just can't combine him with anything, but I believe they can still trade him.
Yeah.
I mean, they can still flip him for something.
I think the assumption is that he's like, probably nobody's looking to trade for his $48 or whatever $1 million contract, and that he's
why
probably
not? There's a copious number of terrible contracts out there that are signed to long-term money, much worse than whatever we're on the books for with Kem Birch for the next 2 years. I mean, there's a plethora of players who are going to become available. I don't know if this free agency class is it, but I don't know. I think mid-level exception is not going to get it done. So maybe if you're the Raptors, you see it as, okay, well, if Gary really wants out, we become an ideal trade partner in a sign and trade. Right. I have yet to see a sign and trade return the type of value that he's worth right now. Like,
do you think San Antonio? Do you think they're
Trent Jr.?
paying him? Yeah.
Well, if they're honestly entertaining the idea of Jakob Poeltl for him, they must be comfortable with him as a player. and I don't see why they wouldn't be. He does fit their timeline. He does seem to fit in with their needs on their roster,
Right.
shooting, etc. So yeah, San Antonio feels like a pretty natural Gary Trent Jr. landing spot.
Right.
I
I
believe
mean,
they
I
will
can't
have
see
cap
them.
space.
Like Devin Vassell is a lot better than Gary Trent, I feel like, and
They
they
can
play
play
the
together,
same
can't they?
position. I guess like so they who would be Trey Jones or yeah Trey Jones, then Gary, then Devin, then Keldon, then Zach Collins. I guess that's what they're looking at. Oh man, plus whatever pick they get could be Vic.
I don't want Jakob Poeltl. I believe it or not, I believe I was the first person to bring up the trade for Jakob Poeltl as well. This was like last year. This is funny.
Same.
I could be wrong.
I think Yak is a good player, and I don't want him. Like, I just
Yeah,
don't think he fits our team like at all.
I think I was on. I think I was on another YouTube show, and someone asked me like, what player do you think the Raptors should want back? And I said Jakob Poeltl. And then from that day to this day, I've heard the name Jakob Poeltl mentioned to the Raptors 5,000 times. I really like. I really need to start like finding a way to like fact check this. I need to like employ someone, be like, okay, find me the first mention of Jakob Poeltl returning to the Raptors, and find it being me. You know,
People keeping receipts on you, Rob.
I need to keep my own receipts, man. I need to stay organized. I say a lot of shit, you know. I mean, these 4 hour live streams. How much shit do I say in 4 hours?
That's true.
Um,
That's true.
but I think it just does not make sense with its current roster. But if you're going all in, and the compromise is a heavily protected 2026 first rounder, and San Antonio does not have an intention of bringing him back, and you're swapping Gary Trent Jr., I think it's just a lateral move because you do require Gary Trent Jr.'s shooting, and you're
Right.
getting no shooting back with Yak. I looked at his shot charts. It's like everything in the paint.
It's 5 feet or less. Yeah.
It's 10 feet, 12 feet. Like he's pretty good from 12 feet.
The
It's a
man,
lot
the
of
man knows what he's
floaters.
good at. Yeah, the man
Yeah,
knows what he's good at.
I mean,
Right?
and he's an incredible defender. Like he's a really good defender.
He's very good.
As
He's
evidenced by the fact that Pascal Siakam looked like a superstar tonight, and Scottie Barnes took him to the woodshed on that play. But that being said, yes, he's a good team defender. I think I don't know, man. Like, I think, here's the thing. Like, I think fans are smarter than a lot. I think most fans are a little bit smarter than people think. Reddit users notwithstanding. Raptors Reddit is crisis zone right now, in need of therapy. But I think fans instinctively, even if they can't articulate what they think, I think instinctively they can look at a product on the court and say, this has a shot, this doesn't have a shot. Sometimes they're wrong, you know? Mavericks fans, if you talk to Mavericks fans right now, I talked to a lot of Mavericks fans after this deal, they seem very, very cautious right now. Like, oh my God, did we
Maverick
just,
fans?
pardon?
Maverick fans?
Yeah. Talked to a friend of mine who is a Mavericks fan in Dallas area, and he was just like, "Did we just start the beginning of the end? Like, is this a doomsday button, you know, that we just pressed?" Because there is a consequence there to potentially like this guy destructing your organization from the inside. And this is not shade on Kyrie. It's just this is a track record. This is 3 stops. Like he can say what he wants about ownership, management, and I agree with that. You know, Brooklyn Nets suck in terms of top down their management, but like, yo, he's powerful. Like his persuasive. It's very persuasive, right?
Yeah.
And I would really worry. I mean, Luka grew up a huge LeBron fan. Huge LeBron fan. Everything was about LeBron. I believe in the first time they played against each other, I think LeBron gave him a signed jersey and he was still like carrying around that jersey. I believe I remember that story correctly. He's a huge LeBron fan. So to play with the guy that LeBron won his first chip with in Cleveland, like that's got to be exciting for Luka Doncic, right?
Sure.
But for the Mavericks,
listen, I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be good. And he could
your voice went up.
leave.
Your voice went up there. I think they're gonna be good. They're gonna be
No,
good.
okay. I know. That's
Like, do you actually think they're gonna be good?
No. I think they will be. I'm going to keep my voice flatlined right now. I think they will be good for this season, and I think it's still possible that he leaves.
Why
If he
am I not
wants to-
surprised that the guy who's just obsessed with talent and obsessed with ball handling and isolation scoring thinks that a team with Luka
come on.
Doncic
I
And
love the
Kyrie
beautiful
Irving,
game. I love the beautiful game. One of my favorite teams ever was the San
San
Antonio
Antonio
Spurs
Spurs.
that beat the Heatles.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, team is not going to play like the San
Will not
Antonio
do that.
Spurs. That is not going to happen. It's going to be a lot of
Okay,
isolation scoring. But
I,
look,
okay. Just
I
real
agree.
quick on this sidebar. Josh Green is a good player, and then you put Maxi Kleber on that court. I feel like they might have like a better team, like a better starting five than most people are predicting.
Look, when you have two top 10 MVP candidates, there's a floor to how bad you can actually be with Luka
Sure,
Doncic,
sure.
and you're going to beat most teams, right? My point is, you're not going to beat the team. Like whoever the last
Right.
team is standing, if you're the other
Sure.
team, you're not beating that team. Because
They're
if
probably
that
not
team is
beating Denver or
Milwaukee, you're fucked. If that team is even in the West, if that team is
yeah.
Memphis, I mean, if provided Memphis can figure out their drama, if that team is Denver, I really do
Right.
think, okay, I give them a chance against Denver. I don't know why I give them a chance against Denver. It's just Denver's defense kind of scares me too. Jamal Murray is no defensive stopper, and really it's just a shootout and shootout versus pass out, and I think. I trust Luka in those big moments. Luka and Kyrie have both proven that they can show up for big moments. But I will remind you that this very same Kyrie Irving was swept in the first round against the Boston Celtics last year with Kevin Durant. And I think Kevin Durant is, say what you want about Luka Doncic, I think Kevin Durant's a better scorer. So,
True.
and he's a better shooter. So, Luka's never played with a guy who is this talented. And Kyrie's never played with a guy who dominates the ball this much. Say what you want about LeBron's ball dominance. He did not dominate the ball like Luka does. And I think it's just going to be interesting. It could be beautiful. But I think when push comes to shove and you need to stop, because it usually does end up there, I don't know. Would it surprise you if they won a championship?
It would surprise the hell out of me if they won a championship, but I don't think that's their ultimate goal this year. I think they need to bone up and get a real center instead of Christian Wood.
Mm-hmm.
Like for defensive purposes, can you imagine like Christian Wood would be the best answer they had for Jokic, or Dwight Powell, I guess. But
Dwight Powell, JaVale McGee, they have some
right.
answers for Jokic. I mean, they have more answers than the Raptors have for Jokic. I'll tell you that much.
True. But no, I don't think that they're going to make the finals by any stretch. I think they could beat they beat the Clippers tonight without. Clippers had their full team and they didn't even have Luka, and it's Kyrie's first game. It was actually an awful game. I was watching it. They were throwing the ball all over the gym. It was crazy, but they still beat them somehow.
Yeah.
They think they're prognosticating that Russ goes to LA if like the Clippers if bought out from Utah. So that should be interesting.
Okay. Let's play 5-5 to close out this show. I want to get some sleep because tomorrow we're doing a 6-hour marathon live
Good
show
call.
with
Good
multiple
call.
screens so I can see everything on my phone, on another screen. It's going to be like a trade war here. I used to work at a hedge fund. It's going to remind me of a hedge fund times because I have like a screen set up here. I'm going to have my phone set up here. Occasionally I may have to take a call to call some people who are plugged in and be like, is this happening? Is this not happening?
Yeah,
You know?
real time. What's going on?
Okay, so
Woj,
five
what's
and
going on?
yeah, 5-5. I want to do a prediction because we're almost 1 a.m. right now. So we are 14 hours away from the trade deadline.
Yes, sir.
14 hours. I think this is the most important trade. I'm not being like crazy. I think this is one of the most important trade deadlines. No, I think this is the most important trade deadline because of the domino effect and consequences of this. Like standing pat here would be crazy. So, pardon?
You're not being hyperbolic by saying that. It is definitely
At least for the Raptors, it is. But okay. So I want to play 5-5. I want to pick 5 players. I pick 5 players. You pick 5 players. We'll go in sort of like 1-1-1-1 that are definitely going to be in a different uniform at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Okay. And I will go first with Kyle Lowry. That's my first prediction.
Oh yeah, I all day. I think I think at this point they see him as a negative asset.
They
I'm not
shouldn't,
sure
but
what.
I understand why they do.
I think he may have gotten fat again, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like he seemed a little bit slow and chunky the last time I saw him. And he's had like he's out with some kind of knee issue right now. Do you know what that
Hmm.
is?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I'm gonna. I brushed up on a lot of stuff today. I'm gonna brush up on more. I'm devoting myself to this. I realized that this is like it's a moment for us as a fan base. Like to be able to be live with you guys as the news breaks in that the Raptors have decided to just initiate a tank and just trade it away everything. Like I know it's not gonna happen, but if they did, oh my God, tears of joy streaming down my face as I envision, the next 30 games of Scottie finding Koloko open for like dives to the rim and alley oops and sneaky, probably, possibly. It'd be crazy if you get multiple 2023 draft picks and you still end up making the play in with Scottie in the youth. That would
That's
be fun.
possible.
I really
That's
wouldn't even
possible.
mind moving down 5 spots in the draft to have that possibility, just to see him in that high leverage situation and to get him that rep, like people do not understand, like the more exposure you can give a young mind to complex situations, like how much would that change his off-season work? How much would that change the Raptors' theories about him? Because right now, like we're all banking on him being an all-star, but what if he flashes, 30 points per game in a playoff series for you?
Right.
That completely changes everything for next year. And it also changes the trajectory of whether or not Kevin Durant wants to come here. Well, now suddenly he
Right.
wants to come play with a 21-year-old who's averaging 30 points per game in a playoff series. I think, yeah, okay, so I went first with Kyle Lowry. Who's a player who's definitely getting traded?
Do you want to stay away from like the Raptors?
Oh, no, it broke.
What? What
Oh,
did?
no.
What? What?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. What?
The Toronto Raptors have traded for Jakob Poeltl for Kem Birch, a protected 2024 first-round pick, and 2 future second-round picks. Fuck!
Why? Wait, sorry. What did they give up? Cam Birch?
A protected 2024 first-round pick and 2 future second-round picks, sources tell ESPN.
Oh my.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Now I
To what
really want
end?
credit for being the first person to bring up that fucking Jakob Poeltl pick. Shit.
To what end? Like, are they reuniting Yak and Skills? Is this what's going on? Like, are they?
They are.
Oh no! Does this mean Pascal's not going anywhere? For sure. No, come on.
You know what the
Sorry,
crazy part
Scottie,
about this
Pascal,
is?
and Yak on the same floor together. Are we serious here?
Yeah, apparently they are.
It can't be. It cannot be. That cannot be. We gotta wait. Let's not.
Dude,
Let's not jump
Woj
to
is not
conclusions.
breaking a lie. It
No.
happened.
I'm just saying we gotta wait until the next shoe drops. Like there must
No,
be
that's
more
fair.
deals.
That's fair. But like, how are you trading for a guy? Okay, well now the now the title of this video makes a lot of sense. The Raptors are about to make a huge mistake, and they just did. They gave up a future first, 2 seconds for a guy you cannot play down the stretch. Okay, yeah, he's the best center you've had in 3 years. Congratulations. You cannot play him down the stretch. He cannot hit free throws. He occupies the exact same place on the court that Scottie and Pascal both need. Oh my God. And you give up a 2024 first round pick. You might be terrible in 2024. I guarantee you it's a heavily protected pick, but like you could be really bad. And okay, yeah, the seconds I don't really care about it, but like, oh my God.
There must be something. There's got to be another shoe to drop. There's got to be something else.
What if this is it?
If this is it, then they are banking on this core, but with a center.
Do you realize he's a free agent? He's a free agent this offseason.
Why would they be giving up draft picks? I don't understand. They must have something else in line where they're going to be getting picks back. They must. Because I don't. Okay, if you take Pascal off the court and replace him with a shooter, like a legit shooter, like a Cam Johnson, right? Then okay, this makes a little bit more sense. I don't know. I think I'm rationalizing here. I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all,
shell-shocked.
okay, first of all, I think first let us just thank God that Kem Birch is off this team. That was dead weight if there was ever dead weight. So you clear salary for next year. That's that is at least partially a benefit here.
True.
Okay. So you are clearing some sort of cap for next year, and you got rid of arguably your worst player. I don't know how I feel about
just
this, man.
refreshing Twitter every 2 seconds right now. I'm just like, no, fuck no.
You gotta be kidding
No,
me.
not Yak and Skills. Oh no. You should have played that, that stupid Instagram thing. Oh no, that thing.
Holy crap. Man, and now you know why Masai Ujiri was, I mean, okay. So in terms of Jakob Poeltl, he is a really good player. So the Raptors get a really good player. Are they salvaging this season? Is it possible? Yes, it is completely possible because they just shored up their absolute biggest weakness while creating a potentially huge weakness for themselves. In terms of box plus minus, he is a positive. No shit. He's offensively a positive, defensively positive. He's actually having a worse season than he's had in a while from the analytics department, but 63% true shooting, 19% true the rebounding rate is 19%. According to Crafted, I believe, if I recall correctly, he's a 91st percentile defender, and he's a competent offensive player. There is a very, very good case to make. Yeah, I mean, look, if there is a very good case to be made that now it makes even less sense to deal Fred or Gary, because now you really need that shooting. I just don't understand how you pair Scottie and Yak unless the other three guys are all lights out shooters.
How old is he?
Jakob Poeltl?
Is he like 29?
Nope, he's 27.
Okay, at least he's still in his prime, I guess.
I mean, look, like the entire time the supposed asking price for Jakob Poeltl, even going back to last year, was multiple firsts. Now, granted, see, this is where San Antonio Spurs, got greedy. They do take back a first in the 2024 draft, the Raptors, right? Thankfully, the Raptors do not give up their 2023 draft pick. But I mean, like, they might as well have, because I mean, the 2023 draft is good, but like, oh my God, imagine. So, I mean, they're expecting to be good in 2024 then.
Shit, man.
I mean, unless they lottery protected this or top 20 protected it, I don't see how the Spurs do this if it's top 20 protected. This has to be.
Are we about to get KD for Pascal and stuff? Come on, please. Make this make sense somehow.
Okay, if you end up getting KD for Pascal, then this entire thing makes sense. Although I would say, like, given, I mean, this is a bench mob reunion. This is a bench mob reunion. Somebody likened trading for Kyrie Irving like marrying a woman who burned down her ex-husband's house.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. It was KOC's partner there.
Yeah.
Chris Vernon.
I think this is like doing the rounds on your exes.
Right.
Wow. I need to understand what the protections are on this 2024 first round pick. I mean, first of all, I'm just very thankful it's not a 2023 first round pick, because I think I would have had an aneurysm live. and 2 future seconds.
God damn. I mean, this like you got to give it to the Spurs. They know what direction they're going in. That's for sure.
Huh.
Like, couldn't they
I
get
mean,
Miles Turner for that? Like, probably not, actually. Fuck, man.
yeah.
Like, I was so hoping they would get Miles Turner. I was so hoping they would try to, like, at least make a run at him. Like, if you're
I
gonna
mean,
make
this
your
is
team
confusing.
better,
This is confusing to me because it's like this firmly puts Precious Achiuwa outside the starting lineup, right?
does.
Unless Precious
Unless
Achiuwa is
Pascal's
Siakam's
traded.
replacement.
Right.
I have a feeling this is going to set up an OG trade. I'm just getting that feeling because he is in a weird way
Might as
he
well get
does
rid of a
provide.
36.
I,
I was
I
gonna say,
think
might as well get rid of a 37% 3-point shooter.
so. Spacing is weird, right? Because I mean, obviously the Raptors do have this huge hole in the middle. Like they have been leaking oil. Um, okay, I guess this live stream is going to go a little bit longer because now with this trade, I don't really know. I got to call a friend of mine. I'm gonna put up I'm gonna put the Tank World Order thing up, or you want to just like I'm gonna peace out for 2 minutes. I got to call a friend of mine to see if he knows what the protections are on this. So I'm gonna pull myself off. You want to be pulled off? You want to stay on? You want to just like I don't know. I'm just gonna put up.
Honestly, my phone is about to die, so I
Okay.
should probably dip anyway. But
Okay. Cool.
thanks for this. It was enlightening, and there was a lot of comedy to it. Your reaction for breaking the news was pretty fucking priceless. You should definitely like slow that down and put it on up on Instagram.
I think did I swear? I think I did.
You probably dropped an F-bomb in there. You don't. I don't think you do often, but every once in a while they come up.
Yeah. I don't know.
There goes that
I mean,
game we were
okay,
gonna play.
so
I was
so
gonna go
if teacher
Fred,
Mike brings
Plumlee,
up
Caruso.
teacher Mike brings up a really good point. Poeltl can set good picks at least. I agree with that.
Sure.
If they throw in Koloko, I'm gonna be sad. Honestly, if they throw in Koloko, I'm rioting. I mean, Mike, that's a little bit disingenuous to say it that way.
Yeah, 3 picks. Yeah, whatever. That's not.
I mean, look, they cannot afford.
Second round.
Hold on, Poeltl is worth at least 20 million. So if you're not committed to signing that, then this has
They're
to.
They're going to sign him to a deal. 100%, they're going to sign him to a deal. Without
this
question.
is like the stages of grief where I'm sort of coming around to it. I'm sort of understanding this, especially if you shuttle. Okay, here's the thing. Here's why I don't like it. Here's why I like it. I like it because he does set solid picks, and solid picks will help Scottie and Pascal and Fred and Gary and whatever. And the other reason I like it is because it does shore up the middle, and there's a legitimate chance that with Kem, and the other reason I like it is Kem Birch is off the team. It's literally my least favorite Raptor, possibly of all time. No, I'm just kidding. He's up there though. He's aggressively bad. So from my perspective, like those are the 3 things I like about it. And I like Jakob Poeltl just as a person. I remember meeting him once. I just think he's cool. Like he's a cool dude. He's good for the locker room.
Good vibes guy. Yeah,
good vibes guy, right? I think Scottie's gonna love him. Here's why I don't like it. Siakam and Scottie are not great shooters. They both require the paint. This guy clogs the paint like crazy, and he's not really a threat to space. So unless that's some untapped skill that he's never had, and they know about that, like they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna use him as if he can do that, my God, did you get a value? And if he can shoot threes, but I don't see any reason to believe he can shoot threes if he's shooting 59% from the line. So I just don't get it. I don't get that part of this because there has to be more. This
There
this
has to be.
this this
There has to be
deal
more.
cannot be a standalone. Like this alone does not work. There has to be more to this. And the more to it has to be adding shooting. You have to add shooting from elsewhere. You have too many negative shooters now. And now you have a definitive non-shooter. I mean, you thought Scottie shooting 30% and Pascal shooting 31% was bad. You now have like Ben Simmons level shooting in your starting lineup for 30 minutes a night. And given how Nick Nurse plays, guys, 35 minutes a night of just no shooting. Like that is going to, like
They're really leaning into no shooting and even leaning further into getting as many offensive rebounds as they possibly can because they're going to need 40 more shots a game in order to compete in this NBA right now.
yeah, but it's not going to work in the playoffs because Jakob Poeltl might be able to dominate the OKC Thunder, but he's not going to be able to do this against Milwaukee. He's not going to be able to do this against well, I mean, he'll be able to do this against
Lopez and he's doing it
I
against
think
Jalen Williams.
I think do you think he could have you think he has a chance to be an Embiid stopper? You think Jakob Poeltl might have been the difference in the
No.
Exactly. So like what the fuck are we doing here? Okay. Anyways, Vince,
Okay, do your thing.
we have a couple of callers. Obviously this live stream is going to go a little bit later than expected, but I do need 2 minutes to just call up a friend of mine just to research this deal.
And I got to plug my phone in.
Alrighty. Cheers, Vince.
All right, bro.
Peace.
Have a good one. Till next time.
Yep. Till next time. Okie doke. We have NY4 Raps and KW Raptors fan, I guess, calling back. I'm going to ask you guys for 2 minutes while I make a quick call. I'm going to fall off and just play the Tank World Order theme. No more. We must retire the Tank World Order theme. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to put this up. I'm going to put Mike's art up because it's really cool that someone took the time to do this. This is not digital art. This is not like one of those app arts. He actually took the time to do this. And I think that's just so nice. So thank you very much, Mike. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to pull myself off the air so that I don't accidentally say something that I'm not supposed to say. Samuel is calling in as well. Hang tight, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. The dream is dead. How do we not beat that package from the Phoenix Suns? I understand 4 future first round picks for a team that could be really bad is potentially impossible to beat, but I cannot imagine a world in which Pascal Siakam plus 2 to 3 first round picks does not beat that package. I don't get it. All right, NY4 Raps, what's up?
Yeah. Wow. Wow. I can't. One, the tank is over. Then two, we're not going anywhere. Then three, who's going to be the shooter? Then four, we still have VanVleet and Pascal. So where does he end?
I don't know. But I mean, I gotta say, like, my hypothesis earlier today was that the Kevin Durant stuff was gonna hold up anything the Raptors wanted to do.
Exactly. I thought we were the main stage. I didn't know we were not even in the play. I thought we were in the main stage because Jakob, 28 years old. Look at
27.
what 27 years old. Look at Achua. It wasn't functional today. It couldn't do anything today. Achua had his stand with Poeltl. Poeltl didn't do anything. And who is going to feed him the ball for him to be active anyways? VanVleet. VanVleet does not feed nobody the ball. I'm done. I thought we were going to pull Durant. Oh my God. I think something is still going to happen. This is just the beginning. I can't believe we're just going to get Poeltl and then that's it. Because we get Poeltl, we're going to the playoff.
Well, here's an upside to this. I do believe that this opens up a slot in the East.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the Nets have a pretty impressive win-loss record right now, but there was a very big theory in my mind that there were 4 teams in the East that you could not beat, right, in the first round, which means that having a lower seed was a guaranteed loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer a guaranteed loss. I really do believe that you can beat the Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges, Ben Simmons led
Of course, yes.
Brooklyn Nets now.
So after the All-Star, we're going to make it to the playoffs.
I mean, the schedule is just so impressively easy.
Yeah.
The rest of the way through, you could literally stampede your way to like 42 to 44 wins if you wanted to. And like we did the breakdown the other day. I believe we ended up at 41 wins.
Mm-hmm.
With Jakob Poeltl, I think you end up at 43, 44.
So if there's no further trade, is Gary Trent going to go to the bench and will play Poeltl as? I just don't get it.
You cannot put Gary Trent on the bench.
Who's going to shoot?
Wait a second. Oh my God, you're right. The Raptors have now 7 starters.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't bring Poeltl to be in the bench. We didn't put all our first round picks for Poeltl to be in the bench. So who's going to go to the bench? There's OG is going to come back. We don't know about that. So something is going to happen. There is something in the works. They gotta be. And in Nigeria, we gotta trust. We gotta trust until the trade deadline is over. I still believe something is in the works because we have Poeltl and OG now. So who is going to be in the bench? Is it Gary Trent? Is it going to be definitely not Gary Trent? Definitely not Scottie Barnes, and definitely not oh my God, I can't even bring the words out.
Yeah, this is tough, right? Because the Suns are trading Jay Crowder to the Nets as part of the Durant deal.
Jay Crowder to the Nets and
Jay Crowder, T.J. Warren, plus Kevin Durant. I mean, that's a
Bridges. They also trading Bridges as well. Cam
so
Johnson.
so. Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, that's a wash for me. They're very similar, right? Cam Johnson and 4 first-round picks. I think Pascal's better than that. Like, maybe not. I don't know.
I wouldn't even give Porter 1-on-1 with VanVleet, and then yet we're giving picks. So,
I mean, look, I think Jakob Poeltl is a little bit better than we're realizing, than we're saying right now. I think Jakob Poeltl is a hell of a player. I just think he's an awkward fit. I mean, if we were the Boston Celtics, and Pascal Siakam was Jason Tatum, then I totally see it. If Scottie Barnes was Jaylen Brown, I totally see it. Then you adding a guy like that makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense because you have shooters around him.
Exactly. But to have a guy, man, you'd have to be banking on massive upside.
That's a fake calling.
Yeah, my phone went explosive as I was trying to make a call to my friend, and it's just like my phone's just like Kevin Durant. I'm like,
hello, I'm on live with Jakob Poeltl to Toronto. Crazy, I've called you back. Yeah.
Is that FA?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Something
crazy.
else is gonna happen. I still believe in Algeria. Otherwise, I'm done. Because now we're gonna miss out with the lottery pick. So then, what are you building around Scottie? So it's like the next thing, just like definitely, I think OG asked for a trade. So the next thing is Scottie's gonna ask for a trade because he's not holding the ball. So
I don't think Scottie's gonna ask for a trade.
I
think he should be pretty excited to have a guy who shoots this well around the paint, right? I mean,
I wasn't expecting this. I was actually laughing the whole game today when I was watching Poeltl. I said, I said, look, this is what they're asking for him, and now we gave everything for him.
Well, I don't think we gave up everything. I mean, the 2024 draft is not projected to be a great draft. So if you do convey the pick in the 2024 draft, not like the end of the world. Especially if you...
How many picks did we give? 2 or 3 picks?
We gave 1 first-round pick and 2 second-round picks.
Okay.
Right. Second-round picks are tossed into anything.
Yeah,
you could realistically get a second-round pick like for Malachi Flynn right now, probably. So...
Yeah.
I'm just, again, I reiterate, my positives for this, number 1 is Kem Birch is gone, right? It was a lot of dead weight to have on your roster. I would feel a little bit differently about this. Is there any, I mean, I've heard some people say that Otto Porter could be back. I would feel very differently about this core going forward if Otto Porter could come back for the playoffs.
True.
Let me know in the chat. Has anyone heard about it? Anyway, someone said, but I want Bronny Jr. in the 24. No, you don't. Anyway, NY4 Raps. There's a ton of callers lined up.
All right. So...
I feel your confusion. I'm right with you.
Okay.
All right. Cheers, man. Samuel, what's up?
Sad. Depressed. Don't know where we're going. Like, imagine what I think we get. Like you said earlier, we gave up unprotected first, 2 second round. Like San Antonio really needs more draft picks, right? Come on. For Jakob Poeltl, why is he gonna drive the tank? Is that what is going on right now?
I think the tank is over. The minute you trade for a guy like Jakob Poeltl who impacts winning this much, you're gonna be way better, like immediately.
But where does that take us from the championship goal? Right, if you're not going to acquire these top 5 players from this, I guess, I would maybe a 5-player draft, or I don't know if are you seeing this as a 5-player draft or 10-player draft?
2023?
Yeah, 2023.
I see this more like a 13-player draft, to be honest.
So maybe
I
we
mean,
still
there's
have
a clear separation after 2,
2, yeah.
but I
Scoot
could sell
Henderson.
myself anywhere from 3 to 14, 15 players in this draft that could be really good fits for the Raptors. Obviously, I'd rather pick 8th than 15th, but
Do you feel like what's the perfect duel for Scottie if in case he improves his scoring, right? To match his
you
passing.
need shooters, man. You need shooters who can dive to the rim. You need off-ball cutters. You need smart players. Jakob Poeltl is a smart player.
Does he need another kind of all-star scorer, two-way player as his running mate? I'm just wondering out loud. What do you think? Because I know Pascal, I mean, the timeline just doesn't match. Like, even if we win the second round, like, we're not going to the finals. And then we missed out on the top 2 guys of this draft. So I hope you're right. I hope there's more coming. But then what's the closest deal? Like, are they really going to deal OG? Then now you're tanking, right? I'm assuming. Again. So I don't know. I'm just as confused and as everybody else on this fan base, right? But you're right. The KD trade, I was even more upset. I didn't think we were going to trade for KD, but I agree with you. I think we could have done a little bit better than Phoenix.
I mean, 4 first-round picks, and I've mentioned this before in the show as well. The Raptors' first-round picks are not as valuable as other franchises.
Yeah.
Just projecting forward, if you're Sean Marks, who are you banking to be the worst team from 2023 to 2030? The team with the aspiring superstar and a whole bunch of players and run by a very competent management group in the Toronto Raptors? Or are you expecting, I don't know, freaking the Phoenix Suns with this brand new ownership group, Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, both, 35 or older. I mean, this is a team that could be aggressively bad for the next 8 years as Devin Booker demands a trade. I mean, those picks could convey very high. I don't know how protected they are. Maybe they're lottery protected. Maybe they're not. I don't know. I doubt they're lottery protected, though. So if they gave up 4 unprotected firsts for Kevin Durant, like they're going to live to regret that too.
I can only see this as, KD saying, like, what are my options? And he goes to Joe Tsai and Sean Marks, like, yeah, I go to Phoenix first before I go to Toronto, and this is probably why it made it happen. Right? I'm assuming that's like.
I mean, he's had a preference for Phoenix,
yeah.
Pretty much the whole way through. In fact, in the summer, when Sean Marks, and the Nets made Kevin Durant available, the odds-on favorite to land him was always Phoenix. Every time I refreshed the odds, it was Phoenix, Toronto, Phoenix, Miami, Phoenix, Toronto. Yeah. But Phoenix was always number 1.
And I didn't think this was going to happen. I thought, like, they had to give up Aiden, which I'm not sure if it's still disgruntled right now. I
don't think Aiton's that good, man. And I'm
really,
like, I mean, okay. I really don't.
Okay. I trust you.
I don't get the upside on him. I get that he's young or whatever, but Cam Johnson's young too, and Mikal Bridges is young enough. Like, if you tell me right now, gun to my head, do I want DeAndre Ayton or Mikal Bridges? I'd take Mikal Bridges 10 times out of 10.
So I want to say something more productive before I let the show move on. Like, what do you anticipate happening if there's another move before, I think, tomorrow afternoon? What's your take on this one? If you have to guess, I guess.
The Jakob Poeltl thing complicates things. Yeah. Very, very close to Pascal Siakam as per, where they were when they last played together, right?
Yep.
So that was the first thing. So now the one guy that I would move to increase the shooting, obviously not going to move Scottie. No. So I would move Pascal for great shooters. But now you have Jakob Poeltl, who's his, buddy, and they're going to be in the front court together. So then you think, okay, well, now you have 6 starters. I would say 7 starters because I think Precious Achiuwa, he deserves to start, man.
You think Fred to Orlando has some merit, or this is just all smokescreen? Or
But the Fred to Orlando is a downgrade. It's a downgrade on talent. Jalen Suggs is not anywhere near the player that Fred VanVleet is right now, and he shoots 24% from 3. That's an even worse shooter. I don't know if Jakob Poeltl shooting threes is any less productive or more productive than Jalen Suggs shooting threes right now. I don't imagine Jakob Poeltl, an NBA player, can shoot worse than 24% from 3. I've watched NBA players that never take threes in games hit like 20, 15 straight in practice, wide open.
Right.
I've seen Kem Birch nail 10 threes.
Yep.
You know, Thaddeus Young could hit 15 threes. Like, it's hard to shoot 24% from 3, man. So Jalen Suggs might be one of the worst guard shooters in the league. I don't see how the hell you trade for him. Dyson Daniels is not a great shooter either.
No.
So it's like every single player that you'd be bringing back that we were talking about is so is it a OG for Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels type of package? Well, if so, now that makes a little bit more sense. But now you once again have the problem of Trey Murphy has to start. So who are you moving to the bench? You're not moving Pascal to the bench. You're definitely not moving Scottie to the bench. Who the hell are you moving to the bench?
Yeah.
In any situation here, if you're starting Jakob Poeltl, you're starting 3 non-shooters.
Yeah. It's crowded enough already in the paint, and
there are teams out there that don't start a single non-shooter. You're going to start 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. I mean,
Anyways,
I understand the offensive rebounding. I understand the screening, all that stuff. It will help, but you need to have better shooters around Jakob Poeltl. You cannot make this work with 3 non-shooters.
And assuming this guy's going to get better, I would assume it takes half a season for him to drastically improve his 3-point shooter. If there's a miracle happening with our training staff, I don't see that happening.
You cannot change the mechanics of a 28-year-old
No, I know. I'm just
non-shooter.
saying that. No, we're saying the same. I agree. I'm with you. I don't know where this is going as well. So, anyways.
Yeah. All right.
Good luck on the show. Bye.
Thanks, man. We wanted to do a trade show at 10:30 a.m. Instead, we're doing it at 1:30 a.m. Great. Well, I'm glad we have the coffee. All right. Next up, we got Maroon Prince. Then we got KW Raptors fan. Let's make those quick reactions. Then we got Tamberlin. All right. Maroon Prince, what up, man? First time caller? Second time caller?
Second time caller. How you holding up?
Complicated feelings.
Mm-hmm.
All the draft picks, all the draft prospects, 2023, 2024 fading away. All the dreams of Kaysen, replacing Fred. The potential of Dyson Daniels and Scottie Barnes with 3 shooters around them. All these feelings. I understand that paint defense has been such a huge issue for this team, but the reason it's been such a huge issue is because Fred VanVleet is not a great point of attack defender. In the dying moments of a game, and inevitably these playoff games do get close. So if the Raptors are in a tough series against a competent team, and competent, I do mean like there's 4 competent teams in the East still. If they're in the dying moments of the fourth quarter, you cannot have Jakob Poeltl, a 59% free throw shooter, on the court, and he will not be there to be able to protect Fred VanVleet and Gary Trent Jr. from the blow-bys that they give up. You really can't trade those guys now because you need shooters. I'm not sure where to go from here. From a roster building perspective, this feels like a completely idiotic move. From an asset perspective, I think the Raptors have more assets today than they did yesterday. The 2024 draft pick. I've always told people, like, Raptor draft picks don't have value. Like, Raptor future draft picks don't have that much value because of how well run this organization is, because of how young Scottie is, because of how young OG is, because of how big the outlook is for this team. This season is considered an outlier. You're not going to be able to convince anyone that your 2024 draft pick is going to be a top 10 pick next year. So based on that 2024 draft pick had as much value to you as maybe a lottery protected pick. Even if it's not protected, it almost is lottery protected because it's lottery. I think that's a part of this future draft. Like people ask, like, why couldn't we have competed with the Suns offer? And I myself am asking the same question. It's because there's no way in hell you can convince any reasonable person that your picks are ever going to be as valuable as the Suns picks. Nor do I think that you can convince people that your picks are going to be as valuable as that 2027, 2029 Lakers pick. So, the Raptors told on themselves, as Dwayne Casey would like to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not even the value of the picks because I do think our draft competencies are such that we don't have to worry about it so much. It's chips off the table that we could use those picks for something else, and we're gonna have to pay Jakob Poeltl probably approaching $20 million annually.
But what are those picks going to be used for if not Kevin Durant? I mean, I do believe this Jakob Poeltl deal does not happen if Kevin Durant is not moved. Right. I do believe that 2024 draft pick. It complicates things. The 2024 draft pick is not just complicated to move now. It's complicated because you now can't move 2025.
That's what I mean. It does.
You also can't move 2023 because you cannot trade you cannot trade future draft picks in the successive years, right? So, because you cannot move 2023 and 2025. The earliest pick you can give up in a subsequent trade, let's say you wanted to aggressively, make a competitive offer for the next star who comes up, is 2026. So the next deal that you can give up is 2026, 2028. You are now relegated to the evens from now till forever. So that is the complication of the Stepien rule. Thank God the Stepien rule exists to save, disaster franchises from themselves. Basically, you could, however, give up a pick swap. You can give up a pick swap in 2025 and the pick in 2026 if you really wanted to. But again, why is a pick swap with the Toronto Raptors ever going to be beneficial to another team? It doesn't because almost always you're going to assume the Raptors are going to have the higher pick. The Raptors must have worked out with Jakob Poeltl's agent that he will be committing to a re-sign. I don't understand how you could possibly make this move if it's still up in the air that he might not resign, because this would be a rental in a year that could go very badly. So going into next off season, you have two big matzo balls, which is Fred and Gary. What do you do with them? Jakob Poeltl is now a free agent. I mean, look at the cap situation for the Raptors, right?
But this is the issue. This is the problem.
You are in hell. Because you now have Pascal Siakam on 36 million for next year. You have OG Anunoby, provided he stays on this team, looking for an upgrade in pay. You can, if you couldn't keep this core together yesterday, you absolutely cannot keep this core together today. It's impossible. MLSE is not committing to luxury tax for a non-contender, and this is not a contender right now.
By a far cry. It's nowhere close to being a contender. And
right.
This is the thing. You're giving up. Put the value of the assets aside. You're still giving up assets, and you're giving up quite a few. And it's a guy that you have to commit to for a 3 or 4 year deal at close to $20 million per. I just don't see how it fits into the picture for us right now. No offense to Jakob Poeltl. He's a fantastic player, a young player. It's not even young anymore. It's I don't even understand what's going on. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, he's young enough that you can still extract 3-4 years of value from him easily. He's not falling off a cliff anytime soon. Let's just put it that way.
Are you comfortable paying him $20 million?
Pardon?
Annually? Are you comfortable paying him $18 to $20 million annually to not start, or just if he starts not finishing?
He is starting. He's going to be a ceremonial starter, but he will start for sure. I mean, you'll need a center, a big rotation of him, Pascal, Christian Coloco, and Precious Achiuwa. I mean, the upside here, of course, is that Precious Achiuwa still on that rookie contract next year, right? But granted, time is running out on that. You'll need to extend him as well after this year. After next year, you'll need to extend him. Christian Coloco has 2 more years as a serviceable, in my opinion, will be a backup at the very least. If not, I would not be surprised if Christian Coloco usurps Jakob Poeltl as a starter by 2024. Wow. I see a lot of the similar upside in Christian Coloco that I did in Jakob Poeltl. The only difference is Christian Coloco's jump shot is not broken, and he doesn't shoot 59% from the free throw line, and he's way younger. Granted,
Could I
Jakob
ask you
Poeltl
this
shoots
question then?
62 true shooting percentage, though. Pardon?
Just a quick question for you. How
Mm-hmm.
do you make sense of a front court of Jakob Poeltl, obviously Pascal Siakam, presumably he doesn't get traded, also Precious Achiuwa, also Christian Koloko on the development track, as well as Chris Boucher. We've got other guys. Like, how does this make sense?
Good question. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It's a short answer. It doesn't make sense. I'm gonna put Jakob Poeltl's shot chart on the screen so everyone can sort of see like what you're getting back. You're basically getting back Shaq. Like it's crazy. Like it's absolutely insane to me. Like you're talking about
the cost. It's just the cost is going to be not insignificant. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, to anyone wondering, this is Jakob Poeltl's shot chart. It pretty much has not scored outside the paint all year. Like not a single shot.
Free throw percentage is around 50%. It's just
59%. I mean that is aggressively depressing. Like you want to talk about a team with spacing issues galore that routinely shoots 24 to 29% from three, sometimes 35 to 39% fine, but very rarely, more often than not. I mean, if you had to guess, what would the Raptors shoot tomorrow, or the next game? I would be much safer picking 24% than 35%. And in all fairness, I think that only gets worse with this because that's just one more guy on the court who isn't spacing. The offensive rebounding, yes, the Raptors lead the possession battle, and I think that will only get more so now. The paint defense gets a lot better. The Raptors have been leaking oil in the paint all season. At one point, it was to the point where it was historical, right? They were historically bad in the paint. My issue is you're not really fixing that issue because you still have Pascal Siakam, who's not a very good paint defender. So now you just give him Jakob Poeltl, who is a great paint defender, but there's another guy on this team who Pascal Siakam spent a lot of time playing with this year, which is Christian Koloko, who's been a pretty good paint defender as well. And that didn't really help. I mean, it sort of helped, but I don't know.
I have a feeling, it's just my sense of things that we have indeed lost OG Anunoby.
Well, I mean, he's a 37% 3-point shooter, so you lose him, you're really fucked unless you're getting back like the best shooter in the league for him.
I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine they brought back Jakob just to give away Pascal, considering their history and their chemistry, the presumable chemistry that they might have. This is like the one silver line I really have for this deal at this moment. So I'm just trying to piece it together in my head how this works. On court, it looks like a disaster. Certainly offensively. I just have a feeling maybe there's a bunch of assets coming back in a really impressive OG Anunoby haul, and it'll all make sense a bit later, but we probably have indeed lost OG Anunoby. I just don't see them trading Pascal.
Yeah. This is Jakob's per 100 possessions. He averages 16 and a half rebounds per game, so Pascal Siakam can kiss that rebounding percentage goodbye. 22.16 rebounds. Not a prolific shot blocker this year. Has been in the past, though. That second year in San Antonio averaged 4 blocks per 100 possessions. That is very high. So he was a hell of a shot blocker at the age of 24. At the age of 27, not so much. To the chat, I keep hearing he's 28. He's 28. He will not be 28 until next season. So chill on that one. He is still 27 years old. I don't know if that makes people feel better. I really don't, but it is
decent assist rate.
Yeah. I mean that is actually a part of his game that is expanding. Do they see this as a non-shooting version of Marc Gasol? I don't know. His advanced stats they're decent. I mean, he is for sure an above average starting center. Have not had that since Marc Gasol. at all. Cam Burch was not it. You know, I don't know, man.
Taking these minutes away from Precious Achiuwa just doesn't excite me. Can't lie. It just
He's a hell of a lot better than Precious Achiuwa, I'll tell you that much. he may not be in 3 years, but he is today. Like, way better than Precious Achiuwa today. But Precious Achiuwa is basically a wing. In a lot of ways, Precious Achiuwa is like a really big small forward who can rebound really well and is playing out of position at center. There's something to be said for size, just size inside, you know, to battle with guys like Al Horford, you know, Joel Embiid. Inevitably, you know, like there are 4 teams, 5 teams, and, you know, Jared Allen, right? I mean, we're finally going to stop seeing Scottie Barnes do jump balls. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, this is all understandable. Like, I agree in sentiment. Yes, he's an upgrade at the center position. We can now have a competent center to go up against like Joel Embiid and these guys. However, you know, he's going to be paired next to Scottie Barnes to some capacity. They're going to play the lion's share of Poeltl's minutes. He's going to share the court with Scottie Barnes. These are 2 guys that can't really shoot the ball, so you're left with a really what? Like, who are we frightening offensively? We have Gary Trent Jr. who's somewhat streaky. Fred VanVleet is obviously very streaky. Do we have any reliable perimeter offense? Like, are we relying on 2 guys essentially to carry the entire of this team's perimeter offense?
Yeah, no, I get it. The other thing is, I mean, I will say that screening does massively impact, like positive screeners, drastically impact 3-point shooting massively. So Gary Trent Jr. coming off, or if OG Anunoby's on this team tomorrow, him coming off a screen set by Jakob Poeltl. I also think that one of the things that was really missing from this Raptors offense was a guy who would be satisfied with 3 or 4 shots, but wouldn't kill you offensively and defensively. See, it's one thing to have a guy like Christian Coloco or Juancho Hernan Gomez, guys who, you know, don't shoot the 3 well this year, at least for Juancho, but are basically like producing terribly in terms of offensive output. And by that, I mean, like, their shooting percentage is dog shit, right? Jakob Poeltl is a guy who'd be perfectly content, you know, with 8 points. And I think that the offense desperately needed someone like that who wouldn't kill you on defense. In a lot of ways, he's the perfect fit. The only problem is that Siakam's just not shooting 3s well right now. So if Siakam can get to a point where he's shooting 35% from 3, and if Scottie can get to a point where earlier in the season he was shooting 35% from 3, neither one of these guys project like Ben Simmons. It's not like a non-shooter. It's just bad shooters. They're not great shooters. You're going to have a lot of trouble contending with teams that shoot lights out from 3. And granted, Indiana shoots lights out from 3 with Buddy Hield and Tyrese and all that stuff, and they're worse than us now. So there's a version of this that can work because of how much the screening and him not needing the ball is going to free up other guys. The part of this that doesn't work is long-term, from the contract position, it doesn't really work because he will require quite a bit of money. There is a lot of demand for Jakob Poeltl at the trade deadline. You know, Boston wanted him. So at the very least, you're paying well above mid-level to re-sign him. Whatever mid-level is this year, 12 million, whatever, you're paying at least 16 to 22.
I agree. At least I would say 18.
And he's in his prime. Like, you didn't trade for Thaddeus Young again, right? Like, you didn't trade for a 32, 33-year-old who's about to, fall off athletically. The other part of this is, like, the part that doesn't work is who's starting and who's not. Because I think, OG Anunoby complaining like he wants a bigger role, he wants a bigger part of the offense. Okay, so now you're going to move Gary Trent Jr. to the bench? And that opens up a ton of offense for OG Anunoby, right? Unfortunately for the Raptors now, you're moving one of your better 3-point shooters to the bench. The right move from a, I'm not going to even say it. The right move is to move Scottie to the bench. For this lineup to work, that would probably be the right move. But from a long-term perspective, that obviously is not going to happen and should not happen. But from a basketball perspective, if these were just variables on the court, if there was no attachment of Scottie Barnes is your future, Pascal Siakam's a max player, OG Anunoby and Gary Trent Jr. want contract extensions, Fred's gunning for, if none of that existed and you just looked at these players as basketball players, the obvious move is Scottie Barnes to the bench.
Well, I know where you're coming from, but I've got to say, we didn't necessarily set our assets on fire here. We're obviously getting a competent player in return, somebody we could start play in the playoffs, so on and so forth. But for management to have put us through about 3 years of not having a competent big, and for this to be the result here, it's like totally not impressive.
He is a very competent big, though. I mean, let's look at it this way. When did the Raptors offense look best? Like, when has it looked best? It's looked best under two distinct situations. Situation number one is when Scottie runs with rim runners and shooters, typically in second unit type situations, right? Precious Chua and Chris Boucher back cutting, Gary Trent Jr. or OG Anunoby kind of with him, right? That's when it's looked really good, Scottie running point. The other way that this team has looked really good is when Scottie basically plays the Jakob Poeltl role. Right? Everything in the paint, everything in the middle of the floor, setting screens for everybody, moving the ball, being a facilitator, being a connector. Quite frankly, I'd much rather they trade for Jakob Poeltl than try to convert Scottie Barnes into Jakob Poeltl. And for a while there, if you noticed, for almost a month, they almost did play Scottie exactly like Jakob. He was crashing the offensive glass. Everything he was shooting was either, very rarely was he shooting threes. If you look at his January, he was Jakob Poeltl for you in a lot of ways. It looks different because it's Scottie. There's flashy passes and whatever. There's no looks. There's more transition play. He brings the ball up the court. But if you look at his role in the half-court offense, setting a screen for Gary, getting the pass quickly, doing a reverse, that's all the stuff Jakob does, man.
Yeah, what I would say, I suppose my biggest critique of the trade is it doesn't necessarily move our ceiling up much, in my opinion, but it does give us I don't know what to say. It's one of these things where we're gonna have to play Jakob Poeltl 25 to 30 minutes a game, and in those 25 to 30 minutes, we're not a threatening offensive attack in any means. We have absolutely no ability to compete with some of the top tier teams in the NBA. Why commit yourself to a guy for 4 years if this is the case? I mean, we have a lot of work to do on the offensive side of the basketball, I think, with this roster.
Yeah. No, I think this is just, it's a confusing thing. Every time I thought about Jakob Poeltl last year, it was always with the understanding that Scottie would become a much better 3-point shooter, right, than he has, right? And there were flashes of it earlier this year. Scottie is going to have to really, really aggressively, and he's been taking more threes recently. If you realize he's hit a three in every single of the last 3 games. He hit multiple threes in the last 2 games. He's been taking a lot of threes. In a really funny way, it almost was like he was preparing for this. Because he's basically been doing that, right? I mean, we saw a big shift between how Scottie was playing in January and how Scottie was playing in February. A lot of perimeter stuff so far this year. Would you agree? Have you noticed that? Yeah. So in January, it was all post shit. He was basically giving them the demo of what a Jakob Poeltl would look like in their offense by being Jakob Poeltl. And now he's basically trying to be Steph. He's taking, I think there was a game where he took 7 threes. It's granted it's not Steph, but I mean, you know what I mean? He's kind of spacing out. If Scottie ends up replacing OG in the lineup, kind of in the offense, right? I don't know how you get rid of OG, add Jakob, and expect to get better defensively, though. I think that's lateral. I don't see how. I think if you move Gary. Now here's the caveat. If the starting lineup replacement is Gary for Jakob, now you have the potential to be the best defensive team in the league. Because now your weakest defenders are Fred, Pascal, and Scottie. Those are your weakest defenders, and they're all overwhelmingly positive defenders.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have 5+ defenders. How many teams have 5+ defenders in the starting lineup?
I'm not sure, but I know about 25 teams have a better offense than us. It's one of these things where there is sort of like a give and take going on, and I totally understand where you're coming from. I guess what I'm wondering is it that our management, I guess as a fan base, our urgency level is just not in alignment with our management, basically. They're getting like stopgap centers and shoring
I don't think Jakob is a stopgap center. I mean, obviously, like these are the same people that drafted him. They drafted him over Pascal Siakam. Granted, you can probably say in hindsight they would have picked Siakam, but this is obviously they believe in him. They see something in him. They always have, and they did trade him. Granted, they did trade him in that Kawhi deal, but it was for fucking Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I
mean, they wanted him last year. They don't.
I'm not giving up 3 picks for Poeltl, though. Sorry.
I think it's just disingenuous to call these second round picks. I mean, you can say those two second rounders are equivalent to a late first rounder, but in all likelihood, if the Raptors continue to be good, and I don't see a way in hell that Scottie does not develop into a star within the next 2 years. So realistically, these picks that you're conveying, these second round picks that you're conveying, are going to be like 52, 49, like picks like that. When's the last time you saw someone who's really good pick 52 or 49 that you couldn't have easily just bought into the second draft? Second round picks come up all the time. It's more like for the San Antonio fan base to be like, oh great, we got something for Jakob Poeltl. I would not be surprised if you couldn't get like, I think you'll be. I'm not going to lose any sleep over those second round picks. That 2024 first round pick could also be like a really bad pick. I'm just not super excited with the 2024 draft so far. Doesn't feel like.
Yeah.
I'm
not excited. Anyway. So one sidebar question: since Masai is essentially, I don't know if this is like a 5D chess thing he's doing. He basically set the market on these mid-tier talents. OG Anunoby is a tier above this, obviously. What do you think the ballpark return is now? Like, what is the sentiment? 3 picks for Jakob Poeltl. What does this say for the guys that we've got that are on the block?
OG Anunoby is worth a lot more than Jakob Poeltl. So, you could say
4 picks.
Yeah, but the picks are irrelevant. It's not picks. Like the 2024 Raptors protected pick is not a great pick. The 2025 Milwaukee protected is not a great pick. Like these are not great picks. All picks are not created equal. Like I'll tell you right now, Jakob Poeltl alone right now could not get you the New Orleans LA swap. That's just one pick. So we cannot look at picks as all picks are equal. They're not. Is OG Anunoby worth 3 good picks? Hell no. Is he worth 3 bad picks? Easily. So maybe some combination of a good pick and 2 bad picks would be great. A young prospect and 2 bad picks would also be great. I just don't understand how you move OG now because he is a shooter. You need shooting. You don't move Gary to the bench because he's not coming back to be long-term. It doesn't fit.
Yeah,
you have 7 guys who see themselves as starters on your team right now. I guarantee you Precious Achiuwa sees himself as a starter. Okay? So you have 7 guys who have a credible claim to be starters. I think it's not a terrible problem to have if you had leadership that could actually pull those guys together. But I think this does set up something happening tomorrow with Gary or OG or Fred.
Great.
Move Scottie to his natural position at 1. Run, Scottie and Poeltl, pick and roll. I think Poeltl, again, as I've mentioned in this call, I think Poeltl does ease up some of the ball dominance because you finally have a guy who doesn't need the ball to be successful. And we've seen in stretches where guys like Christian Coloco, granted he can't really finish at the rim right now, or Thaddeus Young, or Otto Porter, or Juancho, have been really, really good for these lineups because you have someone who can do something other than score. And I think so much of this season has been complicated for Scottie Barnes because he's had to be that guy. And now he doesn't need to be that guy. He doesn't need to be the hustle big. He doesn't need to be like grabbing offensive rebounds. I mean, granted, he can still crash the offensive rebounds. And like, my God, like imagine a lineup of Scottie Barnes and Jakob Poeltl. You know, granted the spacing will be horrible, but like the offensive rebounding will be insane. The Raptors already grabbed so many offensive rebounds, and they just added the best offensive rebound, one of the best offensive rebounders in the NBA. So I don't know. This could be doubling down on something that they believe in, which is winning the possessions battle. They're gonna, whatever margin they were winning the possessions battle by. I think I've mentioned in a previous show that I've never seen a team consistently win the possession battle the way I've seen the Raptors win the possessions battle every night. That's only going to get better with this. So, yeah. Anyway, Maroon Prince, thanks a lot for calling in, man. Appreciate it.
No worries. Have a good one, man.
Cheers. Yep. Quickly, KW Raptors fan, what's up?
Hey, let's see my face now. I called earlier. Holy shit, man. I was just out and I saw that Jakob trade, and I gotta say, I don't mind it only for the fact that we moved off Kent Birch, and I feel like we have more room to move like guys for equivalent contracts, such as like Fred for. I really want to get big, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind non-shooting if you actually commit to the 6'9" vision. Like Fred, if you moved him tomorrow for Jonathan Isaac, if you moved Gary Trent, like if you moved Scottie Barnes to like running point or even to the small forward, but with the ball most of the time, I think like a really big lineup can work. Are we able? I just want to know because I don't know what we paid Otto Porter. I completely forgot right now. But can we move him to the Jazz? $6 million? Can we move him for like Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Jazz? Because they want to lose and he's not going to play.
Nickeil was already traded today.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I'm so shit, eh? For what, if you don't mind?
It was part of the D'Angelo Russell. I believe it was part of the D'Angelo Russell trade. So yeah, so he's been moved.
I really like him, but that sucks, man. He's been moved like every single trade deadline. Shit,
yeah.
eh?
I wish this was the real LeVar Ball. That's funny. T, thank you so much for the super chat, man. He says, great job on what you do, man. I tune in when I can and wish you the best. I really like this low key trade.
Yeah.
I
don't mind if I think next the last caller said OG is out the door. I think opposite. I think Pascal is out the door because I think like you, we need shooting. I don't mind moving Gary Trent and Fred VanVleet if we keep OG. Especially if we get bigger and we commit to a vision, and I don't mind playing non-shooters. Like I said, if we have like the top 3 defense in the league, then I really don't mind going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Pascal and the P skills, the Yakin skills, duo is back together. Yeah. I mean, Jason Chow makes a good point. Imagine bringing in your BFF only to trade you 24 hours later.
Yeah.
The NBA is a business.
It is. So if they move on, I mean, you can't really be hurt about that. That's why I don't really care if they move Pascal tomorrow.
Okay, so like to close this call, what would you want Pascal? Like, what would you want in a trade for Pascal tomorrow, provided you want to move him?
Pascal tomorrow. Oof. I gotta leave that in the air because I really have my mind set on moving Fred and Gary. Fred for Jonathan Isaac, Gary for maybe
Jonathan Isaac's not a hell of a shooter either, eh? So you just committing to no shooting at all.
I know, but I'm also committing to defense. If we have OG, Poeltl, Isaac, like Isaac, Poeltl front court.
Yo, bro, like
Barnes, OG, I can't imagine guys scoring more than 20 a quarter on you. Like honestly, especially if you get
think in a league
rebounds,
with offensive you think in a league with offensive rating of 115, you think you're holding teams to 80? It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. Like no.
Two quarters a game. I'm saying like under 100. It's not unrealistic. I mean, 3 years ago we're holding teams to under 100 like 30 games. It's not unheard of is my point. I understand the offensive rating, but
if we hold teams to under 100 points per game for the rest of the season, we will win a championship. I'll tell you that right now. Because there's no way in hell teams are holding us to under 100 points. Anyway, man, thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it. Enjoy the walk.
Yeah.
Seems cold.
It's cold, but I'm like a minute away from my Tim's. Tim Hortons, yeah.
You're going to Tim Hortons at 2 a.m.?
Oh my God, man! This Poeltl trade woke me up. I was half asleep, and I just was shocked awake. I had to go out and call back.
Nice. All right.
And
Thanks
I'll
a lot,
see you
man.
again tomorrow. Hopefully, we have more news.
Yeah, let us hope. All right. Cheers, man.
All right.
All right. Tamberlin, what up? Chat's going wild. All right.
I was trying to stop you. You and Vince were talking and going crazy, and I was like,
Kevin Durant. Or was it for Jakob Poeltl?
no, well, for both, but the Kevin one, really. So here's the thing. Couple things. So first of all, we have to assume now that when they were talking about Kawhi going to Dallas and all the scuttlebutt was coming out about Sean Marks and Masai talking, that they were talking about KD. And the Pascal part that came into the conversation, I'm presuming that Pascal was who Masai was suggesting. And Sean Marks probably wanted Barnes based on him taking the two best young players other than Booker from the Suns, right?
Right.
And Masai, what I'm wondering about is where it got stuck. Was it KD saying, I'd rather go to the Suns? Was it Masai saying, I'm not doing the deal unless we get Claxton? There's so much to unpack here.
I don't think
right?
the Kevin Durant thing was part of the Nick Claxton thing. I think the Claxton thing was part of supporting Kevin Durant. Yeah. I don't.
Here, I just got something. OG Ananobi rolling into the final hours of the trade. The landing of Kevin Durant with the Suns could escalate Ananobi's value among Western Conference teams, which was my next point. So we have Kawhi going to Dallas. We have KD going to the Suns. We have the Nuggets sitting in first place that all of a sudden have
Hold
two
on.
teams
Kawhi
that just
going to
got
Dallas?
stronger.
Wait.
Kyrie, sorry. Kyrie, sorry. I'm
You
tired.
just nearly
Kyrie.
broke my brain there. Okay. Yeah.
We have Kyrie going to Dallas. I apologize. We have KD going to the Suns. So you've got the Nuggets sitting in first place that now have two teams that just got, depending on how you view the Dallas move, stronger. You've got
Right.
LA making moves today. And you've got two teams, one that's a defending champion and one that thought that they would be smart and rest their two best players for the majority of the first half of the season in order to be ready for the playoffs with Kawhi and Paul George. So now I think the next shoot of ball is going to be Golden State and the Clippers looking to make a big move to upgrade. And then the question is, what
The
do
Clippers don't
the
have anything
Pelicans
to
and the
upgrade.
Grizzlies
They've
do?
lost their picks. The Clippers don't have anything to send out. What are they sending out? Luke Kennard,
Well,
Terrence Mann.
Yeah, I think that they're going to be in trouble. But Golden State has Kuminga. Golden State has picks. Golden State can do some things, and I'm wondering if that's. I mean, the Pirtle thing really throws a wrench into everything, right? Because if they hadn't gotten Jakob, then I could have seen Pascal potentially going to Golden State and us getting Kuminga and some other things back. I could see
Kuminga's another
Fred maybe
non-shooter.
going.
I don't understand this concept of like trying to get like non-shooters. Like, what are we? It's just too many.
I think you have to back it up to look at Pascal in the championship run because when he was the third option, he was very good, right?
Yeah, but
a
he's not going to
different
be the
player
third.
when he doesn't have to be the number one.
But who's going to be number one here?
Here?
Yeah, like okay,
I mean-
he's going to be number one here. Okay, but his skill set has evolved to completely different. You know, his status in the league has evolved. His contract situation has evolved. He's not a late first round pick still trying to make it. He's an all NBA performer. Convincing an all NBA guy to go and be third option to somebody else is not easy. And definitely the Raptors not going to be able to do it. That I'll tell you. So it's just a little bit complicated how a team where two of your main guys, Scottie and Pascal, just do not mesh that well with the guy that you just signed. or with each other. It's just, it's weird to me. Like this, again, I can see like how the trade helps in terms of talent. You have a better player than you had yesterday. 2024 pick be damned. Like you have a way better player here. Like the upgrade from from Kem Birch to Jakob Poeltl is immense. My other question is, how does this deal work under the cap? What is Jakob Poeltl making this year? Hold on. This cannot be it. Hang on. His salary is...
He is making $9,398,148.
And Kem was on
so
6.
9.4.
Wasn't Kem on 6?
Hang on. So they've gone 3 million above. Well, wouldn't they get money back for injury exception?
Irrelevant. I don't think you. Wait, are the Raptors are above the cap? You cannot trade. I don't even think.
On 6.9. Excuse me, 6.9, just under 7.
Okay, never mind. Then I think that might
So it's
might actually
around
work
2
under the
million
cap.
that they have to make up, but we wouldn't get money back
I think
for
it's
the
up.
injury
I think it's up
exception?
to 120%. Is it 120% or 125%? For teams under the cap. Anyway, my point is, I wouldn't be surprised if there's one more piece of this trade that we're missing right now. But
There has to
yeah, 15%. Cersei Cat says 15%, so that doesn't add up.
No,
right?
it can't be 15.
Okay, hold on. Let me just
I'm not-
quickly
I'm
Google
not-
this.
I mean,
The
I'm so
CBA
tired, I
is
can't-
complicated.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We'll get Bobby Marks on the line and see whether or not those picks that Sean Marks just got are unprotected, and it's a full circle moment for Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I can only laugh because this is ridiculous. I mean,
Salary matching is for tax-paying teams. Salary matching is still limited to 125% plus $100,000. So okay, so you can match up to 125% per that. So 6.9 times 1.25. And what was Jakob's salary again? You said 9?
Yeah, this was, what did I say? 9 point.
Yeah, so it doesn't add up. 6.9, 125% is 8.6. So you have to include more in this deal for it to work.
Jacobs was 9.3, 9.4.
I don't think it works. So there's got to be like Malachi
They could
or
do
some.
they could do a trade exception.
Can you combine trade exceptions?
No, you can't combine them, but you could do Toronto
So
could send.
how can you combine a trade exception with Kem Birch?
If it's just one player, you can do a trade exception. You can send him a trade. You can send them money, like you can send San Antonio money. I don't know how they value picks. I don't know how they put any. I don't know how they put valuation on picks. Like I don't know what money is associated to those picks.
No money is associated to future picks. None.
No, well then they have to
all.
do a trade exception, I would think.
The Raptors have trade exceptions, but I don't think that you can combine trade exceptions without going salary. As far as I remember, trade exceptions can be partnered out with picks, but they cannot be parsed out. Like, so if you had a $5 million trade exception, you could absorb $5 million of salary. I don't think you can combine players and trade exceptions. I could be wrong. FA saying you can. Okay, so we use
only if it's one. It has to be one player. You can't do it if there's more than one player coming from either side.
Okay.
I know that
so
part of it.
That's the deal.
So
okay.
I'm just going to pull up here. Where is Kem Birch? Where are you? I've got ESPN Trade Machine here, looking to see if it does it normally. Oh, he's already off. They already got rid of him. Wow.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
they've already done the trade. Yeah, he's already showing up under San Antonio, so I can't even do the.
Well, hold on. There's an offense that does work with 2 non-shooters, right? And that is the Golden State offense. Just won a championship with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney, right? So elite defense, but obviously Steph, Jordan Poole, like Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, that's a lot of shooting to put around it. You do need more shooting. I would feel better. Have you heard anything about Otto coming back?
What they said when they did the surgery was that it was season-ending surgery, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he wouldn't be back in postseason. They said season-ending. So,
No, typically
the
that
Toronto
means
Raptors
postseason
aren't
as well.
necessarily overly forthcoming when it comes to this type of shit anyway, right? So
No, that's true. I mean, I would love to know if there's someone in the
I guess our
chat who.
favorite media guy got the tweet wrong, eh?
What do you mean?
The GM I sent you about nothing was going to happen.
Oh, Doug Smith. Yes. No, I mean, look, we used to have a running joke back in 2005 that when Doug Smith says something's going to happen, bank on the opposite. It always works out. So whatever he says, do the opposite. If he tells you, the Raptors can't get Kevin Durant, they're getting Kevin Durant tomorrow. It's just how it works. Doug Smith is aggressively stupid. All right.
So do you feel that if the Siakam trade doesn't happen, would you have felt differently about what the Raptors were probably going to be doing today?
What do you mean?
Does that change a lot in
It
your
changes
mind?
everything. It changes literally everything.
I mean, for me too.
Because it's a massive. It's not a fringe. You didn't just pick up like some guy who's going to be in the G League for you, or some super long-term prospect like Shaden Sharp, where it's like, okay, maybe he gets 10 to 15 minutes a night where you're trying to develop. No, like you just put, like he is.
The assumption was that we wouldn't get Jakob because we weren't going to be trying to get into the playoffs. Number one. Number two,
Analytically speaking,
Jakob,
I could argue he's the top 5 player on your team right now.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
In terms of his impact on winning.
He'll be good for training Koloko, right? He'll be good for that.
You have Jamal McGlure already,
the fact that they're even getting Pascal means that, or Jakob means that Pascal's not going anywhere because those two are tighter than tight. Like, why would you get Jakob unless your plan was to keep Pascal?
I don't think.
Which is.
I don't think Christian Koloko is going to be a really big part of this season anyway. To be honest, I think he needs a lot of development work. There's such a limit to what he can do for you offensively. Even though you and I will agree that he's analytically a darling and he's leading in all the hustle stats and stuff. In a lot of ways, you're just basically like, I don't know. I've already talked about it a few times on the show already, but I think he does a lot for you that doesn't require him to have the ball, and I think that's impressive and important. He's also gotten a little bit better as a playmaker every single year. His usage has gotten higher this year than it's pretty much ever been in San Antonio. Now, granted, with that higher usage, he is, leading as one of the best players on a 14-win team. Okay, so he's obviously
and
not.
Rank 30 across all the defensive matrices. They give up the most points. They allow the highest field goal percentage, and they allow the highest 3-point field goal percentage. I know because of the odds previews I do every single time. I'm waiting to see if someone else drops lower than them, and they never do. At one point, they were averaging 122.9 points per game. How scary is that? I mean, I can go either way on this, Rob. I can think that maybe nothing else is going to happen, and then another part of me thinks something's going to happen. But why get Jakob unless the intention is to compete? Right, this year, not next year, this year.
Have you seen enough of a resurgence from Fred, enough potential from Scottie in January, enough growth from Gary and OG to believe that this is worth salvaging? This core is worth salvaging. Look, I think I have complex
whether
emotions.
or not it depends on whether Fred and Pascal decide to play team ball.
Yeah, but I mean,
answer that question based on what I've seen, because They're like tonight with Pascal prioritizing getting his double-double over letting Chris, who had a great game, get the rebound, who was right there. Like,
You saw that, eh?
I was ridiculous. I also saw someone said to me that I was handpicking because Scottie turned the ball over too, but there was a play where Chris is wide open, wide open. Like there's not anyone within 10 feet of him anywhere calling for the ball, jumping up and down. Pascal ignored him and jacked up a shot and turned it over. Fred did the same thing the very next play. And I was like, what the F is going on here? Like Chris is having this amazing game. Because of Chris, we got back into the game. The energy he brought off the bench.
He's been great. And I mean, for a while now, I've been thinking
Scottie was good tonight too, but otherwise it was like watching paint dry that game.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that you had to play, I mean, you're adding a 25-minute per game minimum guy without losing you're losing a guy who played like 0 minutes tonight, right? In a lot of ways, this shores up your depth, right? This shores up your paint defense. I think it shores up your paint defense. I mean, granted,
Definitely.
You're saying San Antonio
That's
is horrible, but
positive.
right. And the third
but
thing
look
that
at-
it
I mean-
accomplishes is it gives you a guy who doesn't need the ball in his hands to be effective. He sets screens. That's the fourth positive. Fifth positive, he's young enough to grow with Scottie. He's 27 years
He
old.
played well. He played well in the defense before we traded him. He played very well in the Raptors defense too. So there's that. He's familiar.
And he's
with that
familiar
end of
with our
things.
system. And he's familiar with their
Yeah.
system. So if you're going to integrate the whole upside of OG, trading for OG if you're another team is smart player, doesn't need, tons of touches, not going to completely change your offense. I think that's one of the things that I was listening to the NBA, the Ringer show in the NBA, and they were talking about, the types of players that you should be looking to trade for at the trade deadline. And, trading for a guy like Trae Young at the trade deadline is really difficult because he will change your offense. Trading even for a guy like Kyrie Irving, you have to change the way you play if you trade for Kyrie. I don't think you have to change the way you play at all if you're trading for Jakob. And exacerbated further, it's like he's been with you the whole time because he's familiar with this system. He's to some extent, granted, he's never played under. I mean, he's never played under Nurse. The first year of Nurse,
Well,
he was
Nurse
gone.
was-
He was gone on the team. But he was Nurse was an assistant. He's familiar with Nick
Yeah,
Nurse.
he was an
obviously.
assistant. He played under his offense for sure.
Yeah, so in a lot of ways, you're bringing back, somebody who's already familiar with your system, with your building, with your city. It's not new. It's not new for Yak, right? So it will be interesting. He is one of the best centers in the NBA. I will tell you that. Like if I had to rank out centers in the NBA, he is definitely in top 15.
So starting today,
Mhm.
before the games, 10 teams were separated in the West by 5 games. 8 were separated by 3. 8 teams by three games.
Okay.
So I still think that there's going to be moves made in the West, and I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around. I think the Warriors are going to be calling the Raptors. I just do. I don't know. I don't think that Memphis and New Orleans are going to necessarily jump because New Orleans just went through that losing streak. But then again, the thinking was they were backing off because they wanted to wait and see if KD was going to demand a trade. Well, that ship has sailed. So do the Grizzlies sitting in second say we need to make a move? And do they get back into the bidding war with the Pelicans for OG? Although I don't want to lose OG.
Yeah, I mean,
don't know.
look, I think, yeah, I just think we need shooting. I think Thaddeus Young,
Which is why we have to keep Gary and OG.
yeah,
Those
like
are the
so
two
I
guys we have to keep. And Fred
Gary,
third, if we're going to
OG,
keep a third.
Fred, Pascal, and Scottie. I mean,
Oh,
Pascal I'd
Porter.
move obviously, but I don't think I'm gonna move him. But I think where you need the replacement really is Thad. I think Thad needs to be subbed out for
Well, I
like
think
a
that's
really
gone.
good
But
shooter.
then But the original tweet was that, I don't know if you caught in the stream, I was saying to you, how funny is it that was when they were talking about the Poeltl thing happening earlier tonight. Woj or someone was tweeting about it, saying that was who was on the table, and they were talking about Banton as who San Antonio was interested in. And I was saying, how funny would it be if that had gone back to San Antonio with a pick when he came here and it cost us a pick,
Yeah, so San
and
Antonio
then
is
he ended
just
up
fleecing
staying. So
us.
why did that not go back? Unless they're going to put him in another package. Like,
I
wouldn't
mean,
San Antonio prefer to have that over Kem?
yeah, but I think everyone would prefer to have Thaddeus Young over Kem. So you get rid of
Oh, the
the
shade.
worst contract on. The Raptors don't have bad contracts. Just an FYI, the only thing that could even
Yeah,
be remotely considered a bad contract was Kem
not
Birch.
yet.
So you get your worst contract off your books. It was a contract that was, and honestly, $6 million doesn't have a great deal of value as an expiring either. It's not a significant amount of money.
No.
So you get the worst contract on your books, off your books for next off season. That frees up $6 million in cap space for you, provided Jakob Poeltl comes back for 15 to 20. I think that adjusts your thinking by a little bit, but it was already going to be really hard for this team to keep this team together with Gary and Fred.
That's under contract for $8 million next year, eh?
Is it fully guaranteed?
Doesn't show player option or team option on it, so I don't know. And it doesn't. I'm looking on Basketball Reference, so I'm not sure. I might have to go into Sport Talk to see.
Sis saying it's not fully. And then obviously Otto is a player option, which I believe is fully guaranteed, but it is a player option. I think that could be interesting. I really do think
9 million guaranteed. 9 million of it's guaranteed. That's 16 million. It was 8 million for 2 years. Carrying cap hit
so.
of 8
So
million.
so one
Dead
one
cap
million
value
is
of 7.
guaranteed next year.
Looks like.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
that's one more guy off your books. But I think let's just pull up the Raptors sport track. Okay, let's just check up Raptors salaries.
We're getting so like nerdy here, Rob. I love it.
I mean, it's not that nerdy.
Okay,
Let's see
yeah.
here.
Player option. Otto's cheap, 6.3 million. How the F was Ken Birch making as much as Otto Porter? I mean, Otto didn't play this year, granted, but still.
Tampa, baby, Tampa. All right. So yeah. 9 million
Crazy.
guaranteed on Thad's. Chris Boucher is fully guaranteed next year and the year after. OG Anunoby fully
Otto's is a
guaranteed.
player option. Otto's is a player option.
Every other player is fully guaranteed. The only non-guarantee is, I believe, Christian Coloco. I believe his third year is now guaranteed.
And what about guys like Doughton, which are nothing anyway? They're low.
Those are two
See,
ways.
that's the other thing. I mean, if they had been playing Doughton a little bit more, then I might think that Fred was an option to leave. But Doughton doesn't really shoot the ball that much either. I'm looking at it thinking, okay, so San Antonio's preference was Thad and Delano, and neither of them went. So smart move by Masai to get Cam off the books. But why is it just because he preferred to have them gone, or did he want that and Delano there for other reasons? The whole thing is rather confusing, obviously.
I just look at the
I
bottom of
can't
this
believe this is the
roster.
only move. Pardon?
It can't be. I think you look at the bottom of this roster. You got Otto Porter not playing. You got Juancho basically unplayable. Delano Banton, Malachi Flynn, and Jeff Doughton all incomplete. I don't know how you come out of this without adding another wing player who can score. Is that player Bones Highland? I don't know. Does Malachi and
Okay, but hang on. Bones Highland is the only player on the Nuggets that is a net zero in minutes with Jokic on the floor. It's almost
Oh yeah, he's shooting
impossible to do
40%
that.
from the field with the best passing center in the NBA, probably the best passing center in NBA history. He is deeply inefficient. But yeah, I don't know. This Jakob, it's so funny. This Jakob trade is so unsexy, right? It's so unsexy for a
It might be
multitude
better
of
than we
reasons.
think on first glance, though, right? Because we do. What did we need? We needed the center, right? I don't know whether he would
I don't
be
think about
serviceable in terms of
things.
Embiid and Giannis and the big guys that he has to guard, but it'll be better than Precious probably. I mean, I love Precious. I think Precious did an admirable job on Joel last year, but having Jakob in those 6 fouls and his big body will make a difference.
Here's a question for you: if you swapped Pascal Siakam for Jason Tatum, just pretend that
Yeah,
that actually
yeah.
existed, that offer was on the table, and we actually did it. Pascal Siakam and every first round pick for the rest of your life for Jason Tatum, are you a championship favorite this year? Is that one switch with the current team? Think about it. Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., Jason
What's he
Tatum.
shooting from three? What's Jason shooting from three? Jason Tatum
Um,
broke Jalen Brown's face tonight, by the way.
what do you mean?
He
By
they
accident,
both went
obviously.
up for a rebound and he hit him in the face and he fractured something in his face and Brown will be out till after All-Star break now.
So that's another All Star spot.
Yeah,
Pascal's going to be an All Star. Nice.
probably.
Tatum
Do
shooting
they only replace
35.5.
with position wise or not? I can't remember if they stick to position wise or not.
Typically, yes. Typically, yes. That is
That's what I
the
was thinking
usual
because I know a
protocol.
lot of people said
So
Brunson, right?
yeah, so
But
no Durant, no Durant. Probably gonna be out till after the All Star break. No Jason Tatum. Sorry, no Jalen Brown.
Jalen
So
Brown,
that opens up probably
two front
James
court
Harden
positions.
and Pascal Siakam as All Star replacements.
That's what
There
I
you
said.
go.
I said James Harden.
Yeah.
Well,
All right,
especially now
Tamlin.
that the Toronto's moved up to 10th again.
Yeah. All right, Tamerlan, we're gonna call this. We have a couple more callers left, so yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. I have complicated emotions. I need to sleep on it. Probably feel better about it tomorrow, but I think the Raptors got better. I don't know how much better. I don't know how it fits. I don't know how you keep this core together. I think this is part one of a three-part, off season. Sorry, not off season, trade deadline for the Raptors. I think part two will be the next move, and then part three will be filling out the roster with hopefully a buyout candidate, possibly on a veteran minimum or something. There will be a few, right? There will be a lot of teams that are going to be aggressively tanking. Guys like Gary Harris, guys like that, who knows? They become available. You might be able to add veteran shooting. I see backup shooting guard as a massive hole on this team. And
Big time.
yeah, a 2-3, a backup 2-3. So whether that means OG for two people, Gary for two, Thad for someone who fits a little bit better, Juancho, and I don't want to be adding any more future assets, but I think this is the Raptors
So
saying
your
go ahead.
gut feels stronger that it's smaller moves?
Well, I don't think trading OG would be a small move. I don't think trading Gary would be a small move. Those are starters
No,
in
but
your lineup.
I'm asking you, do you think that's what's going to happen? You feel stronger that it's going to be OG or Gary than it is a smaller or a different move, like a
I think it
Fred?
could go. I think it could be a combination of both. I think it could be like a Thad plus Gary or a Thad plus OG for something. I just I don't
So getting rid
see, like, long term. You cannot keep this core together. You did not just trade a 2024 first to not sign him. You don't have the cap space to re-sign him and Gary and Fred this offseason for the dollars that they want. And none of these guys are accepting coming off the bench because they're all starters. All of them are starters. You can call them low level starters. You can call them, fault starters. You can call them whatever the hell you want. They are all starters in the NBA. In their minds,
Can you guys hear me in the stream? That's weird. Maybe he got booted. Stream, I apologize for talking over Rob. I'm exhausted. I've been up since 4 a.m. yesterday, so my apologies. I noticed someone said I was talking over him. Well, guys, until he can come back, I'm flabbergasted. I just craziness. Craziness. What's everybody want to see happen tomorrow? Which player do you want to see traded? If you have to pick between Fred, Pascal, Gary, and OG, which of the four do you think is most likely to get traded? And which of the four would you prefer to be traded? Ron and Dan, FBB, and Siakam. I doubt they're going to trade Siakam, and this is probably why Masai pulled Siakam today into the his office to tell him that his buddy Yak was coming back. I'm going to be so sad if OG goes tomorrow. I won't lie, and I understand why Rob was upset because this is not what I think any of us were expecting. FBB, but OG likely to be traded. I mean, the thing about Fred is I'm so torn about Fred because I didn't like what he did to start the year, but then he really picked it up on the road trip and he was moving the ball around. He didn't shoot well tonight, mind you, but I think that he actually can play with Scottie, and I'm not. I think that Pascal could, but we haven't necessarily seen signs of it. And what we need to see is Pascal. Maybe Pascal's still going for his own to try and get on the All Star team, but we did see Pascal at the start of the year when he was getting into the paint and getting it out to the 3-point line. And when the team started off well at the beginning of the season, so there's potential to work there, but something's got to change because with Jakobin, there you are. I was trying to carry over for you.
Thank you. My internet just died. Apparently, my internet is strongly connected to the Raptors' hopes of building around Scottie Barnes. It just decided to off itself. I'm using a tethering on my phone. This is tough.
Okay.
We will continue this tomorrow, guys. We're gonna start the stream around 10:30, and we'll carry it through. I do think there's gonna be a lot of activity. I think the Durant trade completely shifts everything in the West. There are teams that now may see themselves as, I mean, whenever you trade off like 3-4 first round picks, future assets and stuff, for quite frankly, one of the top 5 players in the NBA, and he just comes into your conference like that, I think the Phoenix Suns are scary potential. Why am I getting so much static? Is that from your mic?
I don't think so, no.
No, I think that's me. Anyway, so whereas I think Kyrie going to the Dallas Mavericks changes that team's title odds drastically. Especially if they can add some
Who's going to
defenders to
defend
it.
though, Rob?
Pardon?
If they close, if their closing lineup, their clutch time lineup is Luka, Kyrie, excuse me, Christian Wood, Tim Hardaway, and Maxey if he's back healthy, or Dwight, that's kind of like get what you want for the opponent on offense. Sure, they're gonna like the thing about Kyrie and Luka is some people brought it up tonight in the stream about how Kyrie can shoot off ball. If there's a player that is a lot like LeBron in terms of how Kyrie played off of someone, very much it is Luka. I'm not necessarily of the belief that just because they're both high usage ball players that can't work. It's more about the defense for me that I'm not sure of. I can't hear you. Are you on mute?
Yeah, I tried muting myself thinking that would end the static. It did. Oh, the static is gone. Anyway, thanks a lot for carrying over the show, Timberland. There's one more guest, and then I'm going to call it a night. Hopefully get some sleep, and
All
hopefully
right.
wake
We'll
up to
try not
news
to
that
be
this
too
was a
upset,
dream.
and we'll keep a positive outlook and hope that something can still positively happen.
I mean,
I
look,
do like
we
Yak. He
wanted a
does make us
direction. This
better.
is direction. This is direction, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
All
All
right.
right, stream. Have
See
a
ya.
good night, everybody. Or good
See ya.
morning, I guess it is at this point.
Yeah. See ya. Okay, Lane, I apologize. I'm getting a
No,
little bit of static. Hey, man, what's going on?
it's all good. It's all good. I won't keep you up too long. I know you're tired. You got to be up at 10. I don't know. I was playing some Dead by Daylight on Xbox, trying to relax. I had college today, and I looked
Mhm.
down at my phone and I see we got Poeltl. And I exited out of the game, pissed off my friends. But hey, I mean, I wanted to get on, see what people were saying. And as I was doing that, KD gets traded. So because of the KD trade, I think OG is most likely to get moved at this point. However, I think either OG gets moved or a combination of Gary, Fred, Thad, Boucher. So obviously one of either Gary, Fred getting moved with Thad or Boucher. Either OG gets moved or a combination of those gets moved. Obviously not Fred and Gary together, but one or the other with Thad or Boucher. To clear up, not only you would, I mean, now you have a logjam at small power forward on your bench, because you're gonna have Ashua back on the bench, you're gonna have Thad, and now you're gonna have Boucher, and no shooting whatsoever, like you pointed out, and many other guests or call-ins have pointed out. But contract-wise, Thad's making $8 million. Does he deserve $8 million right now? No. If he was on a $2 million contract, I would love it. He's getting overpaid $6 million in my opinion. I think Boucher's on a great contract. He's a role player that you want. But if you're gonna
This
move,
isn't 1994. You can't be talking about that. You know, Thaddeus Young's last contract was 21 million, right?
oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean he's still worth like
no,
5 to
he is.
7 million. I don't think he's worth 2 million.
No.
He just
On this
doesn't fit
Raptors
because he
team,
doesn't shoot threes.
yes. On this Raptors team, value wise, is about 2 million. Anything over that right now is overpay. I'm not saying he's not. He can easily go sign anywhere else in the league right now for $5-6 million contract, easily. But where
Yeah.
we need him at is not that at all. Is not that.
Yeah, I think Juancho and Thad are somewhat dead weight with the addition of Yak because I think they kind of add the same sort of thing, which is screening, defense, two-way impact. I think you need a gunner. I think one hopefully will become available at some point, and the Raptors can either sign
Yeah.
him. Worst case scenario, bring back Joe Wieskamp, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I said the other day, I love Gary Harris. I love Gary Harris a lot. I've always liked Gary Harris. I'd love to add him to the bench. I don't know what it would take. I don't know what Orlando's plans are with him. I don't know. I mean, Orlando now may push for a play-in spot just to get their fans excited. I mean, with Brooklyn
I
falling
doubt
out,
it.
I doubt it too. But they might be crazy.
Also, Brooklyn's not gonna fall out. They got Cam Johnson. They got, Mikal Bridges. They got Spencer Dinwiddie,
gotta
and they
rebuild
they
the
got
offense.
Dorian Finney-Smith. I
Bro,
mean, they don't have a single star
They
in
have
that bunch. That's just such a weird team.
They're
You
going to
think
be
about
very, very good next year. I just don't think that they're. I mean, I think they're going to win games, but I don't think that they're going to be very competitive the rest of this year.
what's funny? Like Brooklyn basically just did what Utah did.
Yeah, no, literally. But Utah had an off season to build an offense. Brooklyn's going to have to build it like over the All-Star break. You know what I'm saying?
Who is the star in Brooklyn? Like who are they building
Bridges.
around Cam Thomas?
Bridges. Yeah,
That's gonna be
Bridges
interesting.
and Cam Thomas for sure. Bridges is crazy. I think when I hear people talk about like the OG Bridges comparison, as much as I love OG, it kind of makes me cringe because Bridges is a million times better than OG is on offense. And yeah, you're giving up a little bit on defense, but sometimes a good offense is your best defense. Because I mean, the Raptors, sometimes this season they miss a mid-range shot or a wide open three, and then they're sluggish down on the other side of the floor. Or when they make that three, now all of a sudden we're playing up. We got three guys once you cross half court that you're running into. Sometimes your offense ignites your defense, and that's something that Michael Bridges does really well. I.e., the last time we played Phoenix, I mean, it was a close game. Bridges comes back in, I can't remember the play. I watch all these games. They just mush together. But Bridges comes back in, gets them like 3 buckets in a row, and all of a sudden the Suns defense is like on tier 10 again. And we can't get anything. So sometimes it ignites it.
Mikal Bridges is, I don't think he's 100 times or whatever you said better than OG
On
Anunoby.
offense. On offense.
Yeah, he also plays with Chris Paul, man. Playing with Chris Paul and playing with, freaking Fred VanVleet is totally different. I agree that he's better than OG on offense. I don't think it's 100 times better or even 2 times better. I think he's just a lot more fluid. He's a year older.
I agree.
He might be a year and a half older. I think, his shot quality is awesome. He's a really good 3-point shooter. I would like to see what that's going to look like when he's getting zoned in on not playing with Chris Paul and Devin Booker. That's quite a...
I think you learn though, and I know I'm not calling him Tim Duncan, but it's like Tim Duncan played with the general. Like you play with a guy that great. It kind of you kind of learn. Not saying that Chris Paul is as good as the general or Bridges is as good as Tim Duncan was, and I think that's kind of the direction that Masai and Bobby are taking with Scottie. Not saying we're going to ever win a championship with the team we have now, but we're not going to put him on a team that sucks, because Scottie plays better when the players around him are better, because he makes people better. If you can't make a shot, right, Scottie's not going to look good, because then they just clog the paint. But if you surround him around 3-point shooters, like I've said for like the past year and a half, and like you've said, then he's going to look better. And
well, I mean, also like efficient paint finishers like Jakob Poeltl also help your assist total, right?
Exactly. And now you can run an inexperienced guy like Koloko with Fred and Pascal more, and then the bench lineup, you sub out Juancho now for Jakob, and now you have Scottie and Jakob running pick and roll with Gary on. I'm sorry. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I did. I'm trying to get rid of the static, but it's not working. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
You're clear to me.
Yeah, but I'm hearing static. I feel like people are hearing static as well. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm trying to compensate for my lack of Wi-Fi right now with a hotspot here. 316 people at 2:48 a.m. all losing their minds. Please give this chat a like. I would appreciate that a lot. We will be with you at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow to break down any subsequent trades. And yeah, I am cautiously optimistic. Look, I just wanted this team to pick a direction. Yeah. Obviously, whatever the hell was happening in this offense was not working. Having a guy who sets screens and basically does a lot of the dirty work that, I didn't want Scottie developing that way.
Yeah, well, defensive rebounding gets a lot better now too. And yes, we're a great offensive rebounding team, but so many times we just let the easy ones bounce. And no, it seems like Pascal, Fred, even Scottie are running down the court for the outlet, and it just I don't know. It's just little things that, because I coach kids that are high school age, that I look at, and it infuriates me. But they're NBA players. It's a different game.
Yeah. So Woj has confirmed that the picks going to the Nets are unprotected.
Which is crazy. It's so crazy. He's
2023, 2025, 2027, 2029. I would like to know when the hell there has been a new ownership group that hasn't done this.
They're trying to make a flash, obviously. They're trying.
Well, you traded for Kevin Durant. That's quite a flash.
Yeah.
And Durant is going to be a hell of a player for the next 3 years, unless there's an injury and Devin Booker wants out and Chris Paul is a million years old, in which case you're conveying the top 3 pick. I don't like with the way the NBA moves this fast. I think it's highly irresponsible to move any pick without protections. I have a background in working at hedge funds, right? So I mean, one of the things that we always learn is stop loss. First thing about trading is you always set a stop loss, right? Some people like to come in hot shots. They think you could just trade without a stop limit, and those people end up getting burned. There needs to be a stop limit. A stop limit equivalent in hedge fund trading world is a protection. You need to be able to protect yourself against force majeure, right? Which is like, you know, you don't know what can happen. Now, the Dallas Mavericks traded a 2029 first round pick to the Brooklyn Nets. That pick might be the 28th pick, and the Dallas Mavericks could be a contender in 2029 around Luka Doncic's third championship. Or Luka could be 3 years removed from demanding a trade. They could be aggressively building around a prospect that did not work out, a draft pick that had an ACL tear on his first year and never recovered, and now you're conveying the first overall pick in the draft. So many things can happen over 6 years. To have some amount of humility to be able to say, this is fucking irresponsible. Now, there's too many GMs, too many GMs, too many presidents who don't even think they're going to last till 2029. So when they make these trades, right, it's money now. I mean, Kevin Durant coming into your franchise changes the value, perception, and, you know, everything about your franchise. So from this owner's perspective, he's charging way more for season tickets next year for the Devin Booker, Kevin Durant show, and everyone will pay.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like let's say the Suns go on this year to win an NBA championship. This GM, even if he gets fired by the Suns in 2 years, is going to have a job. You know, it's kind of like Daryl Morey that he traded for James Harden. That secures him a job in the NBA as long as he wants, unless he massively screws something up. You know, or like Cam Thomas right now. If Cam Thomas sucked the rest of this season and then sucked the first half of next season, and the Nets traded him away, and then he sucked on that team they traded to and goes into unrestricted free agency, he's going to get picked up because he dropped 3 straight 40-point games in a row. There's potential there. Teams are going to see that. I'm not saying he's going to start anywhere, but he's going to have a job. It's a splash move for potential. It's the new Suns ownership trying to take a shot at the Cavaliers, I think, because the Cavaliers traded for Donovan Mitchell, and I don't know if you know like what they're talking about right now, but there's beef between the Cavs owner and the Suns new owner because they both work in the same field, and they're both like 1 and 2 or 2 and 3 in the field they work in. It's something crazy like that, but yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. Like I don't like, I personally don't care about billionaire beef.
Yeah, neither. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just think that's a reason why is because they're thinking, well, you're not going to outdo me kind of thing. You know, I mean, billionaires, they think they can put their balls on the table and they're just going to win every time.
Well, I mean, you know what? This is really the NBA in a nutshell, isn't it? Billionaires playing, you know, Monopoly with millionaires' lives as not millionaires shell out thousands of dollars every single year and thousands of hours each year. There is a pyramid.
Beautiful capitalism. I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe in capitalism, but capitalism to a T.
Pretty much. Yeah. And I mean, and the false consciousness, of course, when, you know, a person like Kyrie Irving or KD, you know, has an issue with that billionaire, that you have billionaires at media empires that are willing to then completely twist the narrative and make sure that you, Mr. Joe America or Joe whatever, are going to turn, you know, to burning LeBron's jersey or Kyrie's jersey or KD's jersey because he left your team. That's sort of sports in a nutshell. Yeah, I kind of appreciate that the Raptors don't operate that way anymore. Personally, I do. They are human about it. I'm curious to know now if Masai Ujiri. I mean, everything changes context, right? Like context B. Yesterday we were told that Masai Ujiri pulled Pascal Siakam into the office. Today, Pascal Siakam comes out completely reinvigorated, right? Looks like like himself in November. Did he know that, hey, I got my buddy Yak and Skills is back? This might be, you know, exactly what Pascal Siakam needed as well. It's not the direction I would have taken this, obviously, but we have no alternative timeline in which I can test out my hypothesis that building this thing around Scottie works. Next thing you know, you build it around Scottie and he struggles and he wants out too. I think building competitive rosters, winning, I think it's a good thing. Winning is a good thing.
I like Scottie coming up on a winning team, and also if you look back the past, someone's gonna fact check me on this, but if you look past since like 1990, only like 7 different teams have won the NBA championship. Right? It's not like we have a massive parity league where different teams are winning every year.
Hold on, name them. Since the 90s. So that's 1990. That's Detroit Pistons. The Pistons won in 2004 anyway, so it doesn't matter. So Pistons, Bulls,
Lakers,
Spurs, Lakers,
Celtics, Raptors, Mavericks,
Celtics, Raptors, Golden State Warriors. So no.
Mavericks.
So I'm gonna fact check you
Okay.
right now. We're already at 8. You've got Mavericks 9. You've got
Maybe it was
Milwaukee Bucks
2000.
10. You
Maybe
got
it was 2000.
so
I
you got
can't.
at least 10.
I'd have to look. I'd have to find it again. Maybe it was 2000, but it was only like 6 or 7 teams that won it since then. And then they showed like the other different sports leagues, like NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, which has the most parity. And they're showing like all these different other leagues and how many different teams win them every year. And it's like when you really look at it in the NBA, you have to, the talent is so spread out compared to other leagues, and it's so top heavy. It's so top heavy and reliant of who you have on your roster. Because in my opinion, I've said this for the past 2 years, I think the Raptors have the best starting 5 in the NBA. Do I think they play perfectly together? No, but I think talent for talent, it's
Hold
the
on.
starting
You
5.
think so? I completely disagree with that premise. I don't think the Raptors have the most talented starting 5 in the NBA, and I think Boston Celtics would tell you to go fuck yourself. I think Jason Tatum is more talented than any 2 Raptors combined in terms of like impact. The reason that there's so little parity on in basketball, so little parity in basketball, is because of the high level of impact that one guy can have. You look at the teams you mentioned. Who were the guys? Kawhi Leonard won with 2 different teams. LeBron has won with 3 different teams. Kevin Durant, I mean, he's been to the finals with 2 different teams. Anyways, the static is getting aggressive. I have to end this chat for whatever reason. I think it might be the lack of Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on here. It's like, is it the headphones? What the hell is this?
It does seem move closer. It might be the angle you're putting it at.
I really don't understand why Wi-Fi, changing from Wi-Fi to phone.
Technology's crazy, isn't it?
Hold on. Oh, fixed. That's what it was. My phone was too close to the recorder. Problem solved. Okay. Sorry, guys. That was bothering me like crazy. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Obviously, it would be the phone on the recorder. No shit. I'm so silly. Anyway, sorry, what were we saying?
Talking about the parity and how the NBA.
Yeah, so one guy can make all the difference in the world, right? We saw that with Kawhi coming in. Jakob is not that guy. Siakam is not that guy. Scottie's not that guy right now. So really, you're building on Scottie's timeline or Pascal's timeline. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you got an asset here. If you manage to re-sign him to a decent deal, I'm just saying, to a decent deal, and you decide to deal him at the deadline next offseason, next season, if this whole thing falls apart with Siakam and Fred VanVleet or whatever, if you re-sign this guy to a reasonable deal, you decide to trade him off, he's probably still worth a first round pick at least. Maybe he's worth 2 first round picks.
If not more, he's under contract. He's under contract. Then I mean, it's upgrading your assets, and even if that 2024 pick's only top 10 protected, I feel great about it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, here's the question: like, what are the chances that 2024 pick is as good as Jakob Poeltl?
Not very high.
Exactly.
I mean, it's the same logic though that they used last year with Thad Young, which I mean, I guess
that's a downgrade of 13 picks, and I think like that's different. I mean, if that second round pick wasn't coming back, you just straight up gave up the 20th pick for Thad Young, I think I have a bigger issue with it. But this is like you straight up gave up your 2024 pick. If that pick is 20th, if that pick is 18th, if that pick is 17th, the odds of that pick being better than or more valuable an asset than Jakob Poeltl is absolutely crazy. So basically, I would break this trade down in 2 different ways. Number 1, you gave up a first round pick for Jakob Poeltl. Number 2, you gave up 2 seconds for the Spurs to absorb the bullshit contract of Khem Birch. That's how I would break this trade down into 2 different things.
Yeah, I mean, Khem Birch needs to sit down on his phone. Well, before he falls asleep, take out his phone, get on iMessage, pull up Kyle Lowry's contact, and send him just a thank you text with a heart. That's what he needs to do. I mean, I said he needs to do that every night for the past year, but that's what he needs to do.
You would think that Kyle played with Khem like for an entire season. I think they only played 3 or 4 games together.
Yeah, and every game Kyle played with him, it was like 18 points, 14 points, 12 points. It was something crazy. He was like a rim runner. He was blocking shots. I mean, okay, Freddie Gillespie looked good on that team. That's how bad Aaron Baines was.
Yeah.
That's how bad Aaron Baines. I mean, we had ourselves convinced that Freddie Gillespie was going to be our backup big the following year. and that Tim Birch was a starter, and that Chris Boucher was a top 3 player on the roster. I remember Instagram polls saying that it was Pascal, Fred, and Boucher as our top 3 on the roster at one point. And it was just, oh man, the Tampa season was so funny. I'm gonna let you go to bed. I'm so sorry for taking up so much time.
No
just
worries.
thing. I know I tried to post something on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it, tag you in it. Scottie got selected 11th in the Rising Stars thing. I know it was 11th, 12th. Yes. I think it's disrespect. I think that, I mean, even Darren Williams admitted he doesn't watch games. He just drafted who scored the most points, pretty much.
There you go.
I mean, it's completely
so
BS.
what's the point?
What
is the point of even caring about this?
Well, the point is,
I'm the biggest Scottie Barnes fan in the world.
Exactly.
I promise you, I don't care.
I'm not trashing anything about Scottie, but the point is, how do we have ex NBA players and we're putting them in high possessions? We're putting them in big media. You know what I mean? Like this is going to be on TV, yet they don't watch the game actively. You know what I'm saying?
There are NBA players on your roster who do not watch the league actively.
It's so crazy to me because as somebody who's played multiple sports, I watch it all the time. That's all I can do. All I can do is watch baseball and basketball. That's all I can do.
All right, Lane. Thanks a lot for calling in, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Cheers. Alrighty. Give this stream a like on your way out. We will be with you at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. I will hopefully sleep and not, Google everything and call people. And to those people saying, can a trade happen at 3 a.m.? Yes, it can, because it is only 3 a.m. on the East Coast. On the West Coast, it is just barely midnight right now. And believe it or not, I've been privy to a couple of trade deadlines and stuff. Shit goes. These guys, like, they sleep in their office. They'll go till like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. until someone goes home. And then you'll see everything pick up tomorrow again around 9:30 in the morning. So just, I mean, if you're picking a dead spot in I would pick 6 a.m. Nothing's going to happen at 6 a.m. But everything beyond that, think about I think the best way to look at the trade deadline is everything is going to happen on like Midwest time. So think of it that way. Like right now it's 1 a.m., 1:30. It's probably like you're not going to have anything break after. I think the next 25 minutes, then go to sleep. 6 hours later, 8 hours later, maximum, you'll get shit. I expect tomorrow to be very active. We will be live with you from 10:30 or 11 o'clock ish. I'm gonna say 10:30, but just in case I'm so tired. So 10:30 or 11, and then we'll stay with you until 4 o'clock. We'll break down the trades as they come in. Milwaukee could get better. They definitely could, right? And they might be looking to, right? Boston could get better. That's a scary thought, but Boston could get better. They might see the East as more wide open. Cleveland, I don't know what they could possibly give, given all the draft capital they've already given up, but they could get better too. There's a lot of teams that are going to be looking at the new NBA landscape because Dallas and Phoenix were not really serious contenders, and the Brooklyn Nets were. The East just lost a contender, and the West just gained 2. I think that changes the thinking if you're Memphis. I think that changes the thinking if you're New Orleans. I think that changes the thinking if you're Golden State. I think it might even change the thinking if you're the Clippers, the Lakers, Denver, right? One name that keeps coming up is Jamal Murray. I don't know. I don't think so. And I'm not necessarily huge on Jamal Murray. His defense. I think another team that really has to make a move now. I think 2 teams ahead of. I think this works out in the Raptors' favor, but I just want to leave this as a parting note before we part for the night. There were 3 teams that were seen as desperately chasing OG Anunoby. Okay, it was beyond the Brooklyn Nets and all this shit. Okay, because that's dead in the water right now. There were the Knicks. They addressed it with Josh Hart. Okay, granted, Josh Hart is not OG Anunoby, but they've got their guy. Okay, the 3 teams with all the picks and all the shit that the Raptors would actually want in this, and I think you'll probably feel a lot better about losing a 2024 pick if you find out that we got 3 first-round picks tomorrow for OG or something like that. But consider this. The Raptors basically have three partners in the West, and obviously it's clear as day that they would prefer to trade OG to the West and not have to go up against him in the event that he turns into some much better version of what he is right now. New Orleans, Memphis, Portland. Those three teams feel like very aggressive suitors. Memphis has a team on their heels now in Dallas. I don't think the Lakers or the Clippers have the assets for OG, by the way. If they have the assets, it's for Fred, and I don't think Fred's going anywhere now. So sadly, I do think it'll be OG. I'm getting that feeling that the market will be too hot for him, and that whatever haggling was going on, now you're Portland, two teams ahead of you just got way better. Way better than they were yesterday, I'll tell you that much. Kyrie Irving is a massive upgrade offensively over Spencer Dinwiddie, and Spencer Dinwiddie's no defensive, he's no defensive specialist. So I think it's just, you look at that as the Portland Trailblazers and you say, okay, there's one team ahead of us that got better. The Phoenix Suns did get better. I think losing Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges is a lot. I think those are two very good players, but Kevin Durant is a different type, and you do get you get more than KD back in this deal, right? So I think that the pressure is now on New Orleans, Portland, and Memphis to meet the Raptors' extremely high trade demand, whether that be for Pascal, fingers crossed, let us hope that it is for Pascal, whether that be for OG, more likely, whether that be for Gary. I think all three of those teams could use a real boost, and I think that OG will be the one to go. So, sucks, but does having Jakob in the lineup make up for OG's defense? I don't think so. I think it's a lateral move. I think they're both really good defenders. I think OG's severely overrated as a defender around these parts, but he is one of the best defenders in the NBA. Jakob's one of the 5 best defensive centers in the NBA, in my opinion. 5 to 6 best defensive centers. So you're replacing defense for defense. Then what you have to get back for OG is lights out shooting, youth, and prospects. And if you get all three, well then, maybe this trade makes a hell of a lot more sense. Because right now you have 6 starters with a 7th pending. I don't see how this fits unless you're trading OG for a lot of depth and picks and shooting. All right. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow at 10:30 or 11 o'clock. And make sure to hit like when we end the stream. Thanks. Bye.